Hello, Mud Pie. Hello, guys. How are you? Hope everyone is well tonight. I'm doing just fine. Um, I heard my presence was required or something. Proof of life or something. I don't know. Probably an or else in there somewhere. Definitely had some, you know, geriatric chicken plants, swinging by. Uh, yeah, just, mm-hmm. Guess I was curious about what I was doing on my birthday, I suppose. Ooh, what's up to? Ooh, can we keep running the box on that day? Oh my god. Right. Anyway, so, yeah, that was foiled, but yeah, so I thought I'd come here, share a birthday drink, y'all, cause, why the fuck not? And look, I decided to knock the dust off of it. This is a bottle I've had for several years. And, anyway, I think I got this DC, maybe? Anyway, but yeah, thought I'd come on and have some birthday drinks, y'all. Maybe a fucking cupcake. Alright? Maybe a fucking cupcake. And I should not be having this. I did spend the biggest portion of my birthday sicker than hell. Should probably went to the hospital, but walked it off. It's all good. It's probably dancing in the snow last night, quite frankly. Anyway, because I just feel a cold Jose in my soul. Right? It's weird they always think there's something in my fucking cup, bro. Right? It's weird. I act like I'm a mixer type of bitch. Never could figure that out. Anyway, no. Not one of those. Sorry, guys. I don't need, like, Pepsi, Diet Coke. You'll know. You know what I mean? You'll know. So anyway, look out. I got the cutest fall. You can see Little's been into me. What the hell, Little? Alright. Little left me a rapper, bro. Look, she's so much like me, man. She took the ice and straight off that fucking cupcake. Which is about what I'm gonna do. Because if I ever told y'all I hate fucking ice unless it's homemade. Ever. In case I haven't, you know now. That's right, Mud Pie. Cheers. I'm definitely not supposed to be having that. But I'm gonna. Because it's, well, birthday-ish, but just a little past. Looks like I was the only asshole nice enough not to do a birthday stream. Here till it was some jam it right up your asses, too. Right? Yeah, what a clanky dink that. You ever seen that motherfucker? Anyway. And don't get your fucking hopes up, assholes. Remember the green eyes like 3 years ago? Tried to, oh god, it's a woman. She has tits, and we just seen her have a sip of a mixed drink at a holiday. Oh, let's go see if we can take advantage. Right. So, anyway, I thought I would swing by. I'm in a mood. I'm still in a mood. It's been a thing for about 3.5 years or so. Yeah. But here tells Sage Cunt, that one, who probably does need somebody to ram some actual sage to get the ghosts of pure insanity out of her ass. Somewhere. Here tell, according to that one. And lip lock, fucking I don't know, module takers. Uh my poor little personality, it's all over the fucking place, the law, whatever, right? Or that I seem to be a bit more aggressive lately. Y'all just keep on, okay? It could be that I am very, very sick of you motherfuckers for 3.5 years. And I tried to be nice, okay? But at a certain point, I don't know. All you basic bitches are like, oh gosh, you did the window different. I should be so mean suddenly. It's because things are shifting. And I know they're shifting. And I know that pretty comfortable in having enough. See how it works. Also, if y'all look back at the 3.5 plus years, what the fuck y'all done to everybody here? Or to us? And why is it you motherfuckers who have done the worst? Being like, oh gosh, she's got an attitude. She might be a little hateful and aggressive lately. And trying to filter that as a new narrative. Have you seen what the fuck you've done to us? And by us, I mean the whole fucking community. Have you seen it? I know you've done it. Are we just supposed to keep being all like, well, like the fuck? Sick of it. Sick of it. Sage Sleuth needs to get her shit together. This woman, and I have the recordings of it, Sage. Probably send those in, because at this point I feel there's something a little lying about. Okay. This wrench holder for Ziggy. It's weird for someone who is working with the police in multiple missing children's cases. Right, Sage? To be behaving how you are online for years. And you, after my family threatened to sue the entire living shit out of you, and you shut the entire living fuck up for a bit about like CZ? After you illegally, and it's, what is it? You think the family member's dead now, so it don't count, we don't care? And we forgot what you did? Calling a PEDO? And then screaming because you're fucking stupid as fuck researcher, right? You little ranch holding twat. Great research. Be like, oh, they need to go search that family member's property. Right? You didn't care about the health, and then you got threatened to be sued sideways. I done show you fuck up, but then the sibling come on. It's like, bitch, what'd you say? That's because Jenny and Adrian manipulate a whole nine there, but I done show you the fuck up. You know what you did is illegal. You know that can still be handled, because other people are still very much alive. You remember your excuses about, nuh-uh, you and Anna and Donna weren't voting on a nickname to bypass laws and things for my little and taking caships on it. Bullshit, Sage? Or your 943 billion fucking videos that were double-edged tip pieces to go back to the broke dick cabin piece of the Pindar Cam, you fucking Honest Ray Squall, fucking Scott, Monster, the rest. I don't know. Come the fuck on. Oh gosh, I lost my contact missing. I'm in contact with the worst of the worst down here. Range holder for Ziggy. Well, tell me, and I've got it on recording, that you were no longer going to cover Summer's case because, well, you were more beneficial working with the police on other missing children that you couldn't talk about. Remember that? Yet here you still fucking are. I remember and I know. I remember all of you and what you've done throughout all this shit. Even though there's a hell of a lot of you to keep up with. Could be that after 3.5 years, I'm all that fucking nice. Am I supposed to say her just because public image or what the dear fucking public who gets entertained by this cruise shit might think about poor little me having an attitude or acting out of character more aggressive than a female should. Or being like, fuck you sons of bitches for what you've done to my entire community, my family, everybody else around me for 3.5 years. So fuck being involved in some of the jankiest, worse than Rico, close as you can get to real life gang stalking bullshit. Ooh, I have an attitude. I'm not hiding that I'm fed up with all of you. My gosh, somebody without a mask. I guess that probably does surprise the shit out of you people. I'm not a creator. I'm not here to train my little voice to be like this and hide behind a fucking avatar and pretend I'm someone I'm not. I never have been. And I give a fuck less, but y'all or the world thinks about me. That's never what I've been here for. I'm not here to make fans, friends, a goddamn following, a cult. I'm here for domestic violence, protecting children. Fucked up shit from all the monsters and distrust and everything else in there, and to talk about summer winterwear and to hunt you motherfuckers down like I promised. I mean, I made my position clear. I did. I'm not here to, like, fuck is this, high school? Am I supposed to be here to make the 9 bridesmaids, the 43 I'll never see again in 6 months or something? Like, get married? What the fuck is this? No, I don't think so. Right? Mm-mm. Especially not with a bunch of weirdos. Right? Well, there's some of you I like as human beings. There's some that after everything, I would love to meet in person, go hang out with. You know? I'll tell you 99.9.9.9.9.9.9 of you, hell no. I'd be like stranger danger. Anyway, so, as you can imagine, I'm pretty fed up. Y'all keep calling it what you will. I'll call it a giant fuck you, and I don't do masks. Generally speaking, you're gonna. I guess you're surprised by real humans showing real emotion around here, right? Yeah, they really feel. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a difference between showing how you really feel and pulling a C and D. Because that shit's whack. Okay? It's just whack. Run around with Emily all kinds of craziness. Hell no. You know what I mean? You need to be a real human, have real emotions, not be fake as fuck. And not have to be all the same, like y'all are used to with those fake ass motherfucking creators sure here have the same little personalities and personas for you every day. I ain't that bitch. Anyway, um, now I am entirely sick. Y'all know I've been for like all this time. I refuse to come out really hit at anyone else. I don't want to put shit really on anyone else, but man, there's just something, and it bothers me. It's bothered me. Oh well. I don't know what they. I don't know what to tell you, friend, either. Maybe he'll have a good enough friend that'll tell him. So, again, you know, that's their business. So anyway, 3.5 years, almost. I not really amused. So it's just things you feel from the beginning. You know what I mean? And I gotta tell you, I try to be very cautious in ways because of what this group's doing, the script writing, the tampering, the insertion, how multiples on Ben Hill were using it on purpose instantly. But there's only a couple that have used it in the same way. Okay? And so instantly. And have continued to do so. Right? Um, and I've done that since the beginning. Bothers me. And that so many characters around some of the very worst and most vile tragedy pimps here who will go down to the low downest, dirtiest, deepest, darkest everything you could imagine around this. Continue their little fucking parade of disgusting no bounds, right? I've had enough. It's that here and listen to some of these other motherfuckers. Namely CD, Fred, etc., and all their creators and everything else for years now. Throughout the most goddamn awful ones, narratives, conspiracy, all the bullshit. And I and the others of Ben Hill, who are real witnesses, real people around, really had nothing to do with. I've watched them use it to out and target others in the community, sling shit, and it's people destroy others' lives with intent. I've seen it used to, for all kinds of shit around dope shit, possibly, warn people and, um, shut people up and things that the public can't hear, but I can hear just fine because I'm here local and I sort of know what they're saying. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, okay? I've watched them screw around with the police, courts, feds. I've had enough. And I know where my children and I and others, you know, stand on June 15th. I know where many of the other neighbors stand. I know they could not have possibly been involved either. I know other, and that they've all fucked with around here. But I know for fact they had nothing to do with, you know? And I've watched those on the Hill and Fred and others tear them apart and have this realm tear them apart on purpose or slingshot. It's fucked up. I've watched as these child and woman abusers and monsters and dopeheads have torn everybody apart, targeted their children and shit. Um, put everybody on Front Street and being hunted, putting their business out behind the scenes, these fucking tragedy pimps instantly. Uh, and I'm gonna guess probably even before 609 something was being built, controlled. I've always felt that in my stomach and my soul, even in the first moments. I was like, there's something wrong with this. Um, there always has been. And I gotta tell you, like, when Say Fred first come on, I'd see my public, but man, whatever. I guess take for right where the fuck you want to do. I don't care. And I avoided anywhere much like I did C&D online. I didn't listen to anything. I didn't want to contaminate myself or cross contaminate or get shit mixed up. You know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying? It can have an effect on what you know. And so I avoided that shit and all of them with their shit for the longest time. I would hear clips, portions, I'd watch certain bits, along with the rest of it, but I would not make a beeline like they were all doing with each other and making sure to listen to each other. And apparently me, I didn't do that. Alright? And so I never thought much about it, you know, heard things, you know, you know, but I didn't realize what the hell all that bitch was doing for all that time. And it's like, what the fuck, bro? You know? What the fuck? And then I start realizing there's something super wrong with it. It's not just Fred being Fred like I thought. It wasn't just his usual Fox shit or schizo shit or tweaker shit or whatever. It was something beyond that. And that somehow it tied back into behavior and things going on as soon as summer vanished. And what I've seen from all of them for months. And I've still been, and it maybe doesn't seem like it, but very cautious around saying a whole bunch of anything on any of them in ways because I know this group and others on that road, their intent is to set up other motherfuckers and to create this giant big bubble of doubt, right? And to contaminate, just keep it going as long as possible. And actually, it should be called hashtag please don't find Summer Wells so they continue to make millions, is what it should be called because that's the name of the game every time. Um, so I just I don't want to help this group or anyone else or those on other teams, though they're all the same fucking team, oddly enough. We had to run all their buttholes, from Monster to C&D to fucking Fred to the red, like, you missed me, you know? Like every other case. It's just like that wild shit with the Rico thing down there in West Tennessee and Sebastian's. Looking at the defendants versus plaintiffs, I'm like, man, half of those are still working together, and they did work together, and Bullhorns with. And wait a minute, what? And Brittany's, but wait, it's fucking wild. Mate, that's Jenny and Aunt Tracy, holy shit, you know? But, it just is what it is, okay? But I don't want to help this group. I don't want to help them with content either. I don't want to help those dipshits like the Sages and the CZs and the Shays and the conspiracy nuts and whoever else create a bigger mess or more work for law enforcement or more whatever the fucks. You know what I mean? And I don't want to help anyone formulate any further plan to fuck people or to make someone look guilty that may not be. Okay? But I put up with years. Years of these motherfuckers from and on that road doing some wildly outlandish, lying ass, nonsense bullshit. And it has caused real harm. Look, I'm done with it. And where they're going to put out the lies and the bullshit and the narratives and all that, you know. I have a million puzzles and, you know, fires, and I have pieces from, you know, mine's based on something somewhere, you know what I'm saying? And their shit's just, like, Fred, this shit's just made the fuck up. They just stop me making shit up. They just be lying, bro. Now, if they have a theory or a thing or whatever and it's on stays away, sure, so be it, whatever, but I ain't what none of this shit is from any of those. It's mud and jello and horseshit. I don't do mud and jello and horseshit. See, there's a million different things that are always burning and trying to figure out and all these things, right? How they go together. And sometimes, I mean, like, I've got quite a few that all the pieces fit. What I know fits, but then you know, you work it different ways and things and all the other things, and then you can come up with another thing. This whole thing fits again. And that's what the thing is, right? So it's hard to say. What I do know is that everything in every fire and puzzle I've ever burnt could be entirely fucking wrong. Not anything, whatever, you know what I mean? It could be nothing. And that's the hell of it. You won't know until Ellie and Feds say. Till there's somebody in shackles in a courtroom. And the Feds and judges and Summer and her brothers and XYZ speak. because there's so many others and so many other witnesses and so many other pieces and so many other things that they're all aware of, but nobody else is. You know? And therefore, it doesn't matter really who you are, you know? You're going to have to wait at the end of the day, but at least some of us base our shit on reality and receipts and real shit, you know? Not some crazy horse shit like fucking frig frag, you know? And, but the more that jackass in particular continues to speak, there are some fires and puzzles that go, and my brain goes, and the little squinty eyed, it's like, what the fuck did the motherfucker just say? Now, for you all, of course, everything's hashtag Fred said. Now, there are little bits in there, and that's the other thing you pull. It's like trying to pull out cat hair from taffy, but there are little things to certain stuff. There are also other assholes playing over here with YouTubers for several years, and local things and stuff you hear and things you know, and you know how this area or that community or certain things work, and you can put other little things with to continue to hmm, I don't know, but the more that one speaks, the more sus this shit gets. And then certain things over all this time and shifts and movements at certain strange times and certain, hey, hold off for just a little bit. And then certain overnight travels and things. Like, it's like, oh, okay, maybe something's up, So, I try not to hit back full tilt, but, and I think that's the wrong phrasing, because I'm not really interested in the tit for tat shit, right? Because that's not what this is about. It's about the truth. I'm more interested in charging real shit and real brain cells for whatever fucking horseshit lies you're putting out today on everybody else. You know what I mean? Sometimes I think there's a reason. At first I thought, different. That's how learning new things and those changing what you know and then how you feel and perception of what you initially perceived to be XYZ or moments or the early things, how all that comes into play and time does indeed change things. And as you learn or you go back and you find receipts or all these things, right? um they change things. And even as you listen to assholes like Fred for all this time, no one 99.9.9.9 auctioneer style is bullshit. and mixed in with other shit, other things, right? But I found it sort of like at first it was why is he even like hitting out at Fred? What the fuck is that about? You know, that's goofy. I thought it was more them just trying to find Jello, mud, whatever. I could understand the traffic though, and wanting that checked. I could understand from that perspective. But the rest, I was just like, there's something wrong, and then other things led you, to, within the minutes, hours, and days to know that there was funky shit happening to try to fit a narrative they were feeding out to everything with scriptwriters and others. But it was just, I didn't like it. And I couldn't necessarily disagree with Fred when he showed up. Obviously, um, trying to dig for info and this, the other, and this, there, but I took it was just being Fred, it's sort of what he does after shit, but yeah, he's odd still, though, too, but I couldn't disagree with him, and he's like, I think the motherfucker's trying to set me up. So, hell, there's potential in that. They do have a pattern around this community. They do. But so does Fred. In fact, so couldn't disagree with that. Hell, even in real time at first, I was like, man, they're trying to just fucking throw his shit anywhere. And I thought it was just because of fear that they would get arrested and maybe they weren't even guilty, But the more time has gone on, man, I think there's a reason Don went down there. And it wasn't necessarily because he thought Fred's traffic or Fred himself. Some days and some of puzzles and fires, man. You'd think, because Fred kept saying one thing consistently to me. I mean, there's few, but one thing in particular. Every time him and Dawn would have the nice, bro meetings, right, that were way off. Despite Dawn out in the paper and on Facebook and in front of the world being all like, goddamn big bad hillbilly junkies and somebody snuck up here and blah, 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 and all the shit, right? And giving the impression that he wanted Fred's door kicked, they wanted to go kick his ass, and others were like, oh, that's not what was taking place in real time. Um, but every time, Fred be like, he keeps asking like he wants to ask me something, but he never gets it. And he didn't ask again, Jody Sue, but you still tell he wants to ask me something. He didn't say what it was again. You can tell he's wanting to. Really? You know? And so, there's something to that. Some fires and puzzles. You ever wonder why both Don and Fred make this big deal of dirt bikes? See, at first, my perspective, and in some fires and other puzzles, it still changes, but some, it goes, well, yeah, at first I think, well, he's like Monster the Rest. They want to show they got things for the kids because things matter, right? And so he kept putting emphasis on. But it wasn't just the dirt bikes he was putting emphasis on or wanting to show off, right? The WJHL, others kept mentioning. Dawn was also every time talking about, oh yeah, they rode this trail, they did this, they were always all over there, and blah, 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 and this is where the boys rode bikes. And then knowing half of that's not true. They were pretty notorious for just coming down. They might make a couple laps around the house, whatever, but then they come down the driveway and just ride like crazy up and down the road, right? So it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, okay, buddy. It's about like the walkie-talkies and buttons. Whatever you say, dude. But, then there's Fred. He's making way for not just one, but two bikes, and then wanting to make sure that, you know, oh, 93. Oh no, at the end of the Lawler. Oh no, this one. Oh no, now I went to the house and got the soda. Oh wait, but there's two I got that day. Find it on. And then he makes sure to come back with him, and the story doesn't make sense. Not the first couple times he gives it in, right? But damn sure not these days. Either way. Almost like he wants to make way in case he was seen riding or on or had a dirt bike here, there, somewhere, and then made sure to, you know, have an entirely different one or one or a bike loaded up at the end of the day and coming back into the hollow with it. Mm. You ever heard Dawn's first talk really publicly? I mean, like, at least as far as I know, or at least on, I don't know, anyway. It's one of the first versions of. And I've talked about it, how he, you know, started one place, and by the time you hear the ninth version of it, it's something different. But it started out with Dawn and others, right? Saying the scent he was told led from the dog trail. Asked him where it ended. And he says, it went up the road and back up my drive. Yep. So, but then later versions, Don makes it like it goes out of the road. Some versions, he makes it where it goes all the way in. Or maybe that's just perception because of his wording, but the first Don version is he's told the trail, right? The dog trail. But that scent somehow goes, or is at least found down it, but it only goes between there and his own driveway. Nowhere else. He says himself that her scent was never picked up anywhere else. Just there in his own driveway. Now that'd be weird, wouldn't it? Think about that. Think about it real hard. You telling me somebody's gonna park somewhere right there, right? Go up a fucking dog trail, then have their car on C&D's drive. Wait, what? I mean, cause only two things, right? Like, the fuck? The fuck? Or maybe Summer Scent is on the driveway because, well, her and Candace and them went up and down it, right? Um, the dog trail shit. I don't believe in. There's 4 billion dog trails, and anyway, you can tell even Candace like, no, everybody's like, huh? Even though they're neighbors, everybody else when they first see shit, like, what? Stupid hoes. Anyway, so. And that shit's just always been nonsensical. I just give a shit. And that story, that same exact story, has been used so many times by them throughout the years. No shit. Showing receipts. Always some fuck shit, and then somebody parked somewhere right there, and then somebody walked up a little trail, and then somebody stole all their most precious items right in a convenient slap dab time that they're both gone right in midday in broad fucking daylight. And it's always somehow some big bad junk, somebody they were trying to help, somebody this, that. And it's just like whatever, you know. And Lord, don't even get me started on how many receipts there are over the years for little girls and bad shit in their basement shit stories. Right? Boy, ain't that a pattern too that I have real receipts for? Motherfuckers. But either way, stick with what you know. I guess it's a bullshit. It's easier. I don't know what to tell you. Okay? I just don't want to tell you. I don't know what the fuck. I just know that it's weird that for the 400th time each one of those things, but and then it wants to be told again as how summer vanished. Fuck off. You know? Goddamn dog trail bullshit. Anyway. Beyond that. Then eventually you have scents being known to be near, around, on Fred's, right? Now, all I can tell you is that Dawn in the beginning, before it became the Ent version, no, I heard, but then it was no, I seen, then it became I watched, and then it became no, law enforcement told me, bro. I followed the cert. I wrote them like fucking high ho silver away myself, Whatever, dude. But I know Monster was off gallivanting. Um, I was staying where I was told to stay in place, etc. I don't know. For a great deal of all the first dog stuff. Now, I know sometimes C&D and the things, you have a hard time telling if they're talking about the first dogs. I mean, the very first ones. Or if they're talking about, the the subsequent dogs that were brought in by the feds. Others, like you see the hound dogs, like, shit, my pap kept them all the time. What are they called? Big floppy ears, red, they use them in prisons, shit. The bloodhounds. And, God, my pap loved those dogs. I'm not a fan. But they do have the squishiest chops, bless. Anyway, my pap had several. But anyway, um, he talks about those, this there. So sometimes, guess it depends on which dogs he's talking about. But when you hear him talking, say, the first dogs, the first day and shit, and to say whatever. Thing is, I don't know where the fuck he was at, because he was allowed to sort of roam wherever the fuck he wanted to, you know. But, I don't really recall seeing him following or being with or around or anywhere in the road and everywhere else those first dogs went. I did, however, as you all know, because there's been bullshit made about the dog stopped at her feet and hit on her and she washed her feet off in the fucking creek and bullshit wise, okay? It's before the days of, shit. You gotta be really careful about what you say and how you say it on here, because inevitably some tragedy event's gonna twist it. Somebody's level of comprehension and all that's gonna, you just can't with it, okay? And even if you're extraordinarily careful with what you say, well, that's gonna happen anyway. Because some of them have an agenda. And teams and fuckery. But anyway, I watched. And, I mean, you couldn't help it. Fuck, they're right there. No, I can tell Dawn and Fred and everybody else is, all y'all motherfuckers wrong. And that's all I'm gonna say. At least as far as that goes. And that first. Now, because of things, though, and then later things and other things on other days that followed, there are things that give me a funny feeling in some of my fires and puzzles, and in the pit of my soul. Um, Thank you, Mopie and Larry. You're right. I'd love to say it's Jose, but it's not. It's that getting old shit, I think. Though I think that, seriously, I feel like I went back about 6 years. Not going forward anymore, no. Now, now if I die, it won't be tragic. You have to be under the digit I am now for it to be tragic. Now she's like, oh, it's another one. Damn. And so, anyway, there are things. Yeah, but fuck, every day there's things and all the puzzles and pieces and fires and shit that like, they hit your gut, they hit your brain, they hit your soul, they break your heart. They damn near break your mind sometimes. I have to wonder if some things even before summer come home that day weren't known to dawn. Just to certain extents, maybe. I have to wonder a lot of things where it concerns certain puzzles and fires, and this is one of them. If Fred is somehow involved, man, I still don't know that it would be anything but him helping. Do you know what I mean? Him and Laura. Somebody down there. But there's something wrong with the 15th. Some real big giant something wrong. One of those that has caught eye and others' attention is the fact that certain norms and behaviors, certain things that should have been were not. Now, compare it, right? Another years, they had another child much younger than summertime go missing. They were nonverbal. It was colder, you know. Missing quite a while. They went and got other neighbors. Like at first, they weren't hysterical in the least. Not that they were summer vanished either, but there wasn't an immediate oh shit, they were kidnapped, oh shit, whatever, right? And then it considered so dire that police had to be notified, right? Instead, they went about other methods of, and other neighbors, once again, found that child. Then, throughout the years, it looks like there had been messages where all of them had taken off. Candace didn't know how long it had been quite a while. She hadn't laid eyes on them. She messaged and others around, wondering if we'd seen them. See, that's what should have been typical, right? Why that day on June 15th did none of us around the community get usual or normal messages, Facebook or phone calls or any of that, going, hey, have you seen Summer? Hey, Summer's missing, could you come help look for whatever? Nothing, right? Mm-mm. Wow. None of those times was an immediate, oh God, the children have been kidnapped. Or, oh God, and property hadn't even been searched. No. You know? And this time, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how much senior or junior in Belson's book we searched the prop. Nah, you didn't know me. None of the events described took place until I was walking on the hill and then in the road and I was trying to holler up and all that shit. And then the boys said all the things they described did not happen until right there 6:09ish plus. So therefore the property could not have been searched to let them know before calling on it said, and the boys hadn't been sitting there for you wouldn't have known. Like, how do you come to the I just bro, no 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 no. I give a fuck, right? Give a fuck. I was there, witnessed it. Shit didn't take place till after all the fucking little cobbles for summer that weren't historical at all. And the boys are gonna. So how in the fuck did they such thing come back and tell Candace? See, sick of the line, sick of the bullshit. Now, I am like, okay, certain fires and puzzles, and for certain reasons, I have a hard time believing that those are Summer's footprints at all, but they may belong to others, either from that day or from other days. Now, there's only going to be two reasons that would be so. Then, I find it weird. The dirt bike shit and the bike shit from Fred and from Don. And making sure that all is like. Now, the thing is about those dirt bikes, right? What they also don't want to tell you is that Candace was a big rider of said dirt bikes. Would often go down the road or down, you know what I mean? Definitely probably know that back way to Fred's and to where other neighbors wouldn't see and shit. And maybe some days people want to make leeway for maybe tracks being places, but you see by a certain point, very early on the 15th, there would have been an abundance very quickly of side-by-side tracks, mule tracks, not the animal, but, you know, the mule vehicles, four-wheelers, other things mixed in maybe. But maybe somebody wants there to be reasons. I don't know. It's hard to tell. There are good ways to travel. Golf, backside clearings, freshly cleared things. And then go in between places, you know, to get right to Fred's or Fred's to get out or whatever. I also think sometimes there's a really strange reason that Fred made sure to get on YouTube or a picture out there or meet and greet of him wearing Laura's clothing. Even though he was fully able to wash clothes and everything, it's strange. And he also wants to make sure that there's a woman coming and going. And then this recent spot, right? Now, with Fred just trying to say there's only two spots on Ben Hill, he says, you know, that one up there, whatever, right? Near his place, where things could happen and not be seen, whatever, right? And then another one. That's a lie, there are more than that. He knows it. I find it strange, though. What if you think you have somebody else drive out in a vehicle or do something and maybe not all of the body is visible, right? Like an adult's driving something, but the clothing might be, or body frame, you know what I mean? I'm just like, and then say they somehow those people they meet later on put dirt bikes on, bring others back in, and I don't know, and then go pick up, I don't know. Anything's possible, right? You know what? This whole world, too, on YouTube, social media, I've heard so much bullshit about this, like, Finn or methadone, whatever, or some sort of hardcore drug being put in our drinks there, man. From the beginning, I don't think C would do that. Not with DCS circling. She damn well wouldn't. C did have a habit, though. I mean, not her habits. But I had gotten onto her more than a few times every time she'd mentioned that. What's that bullshit? Like, whole society now thinks it's safe to give it to kids or to take or do whatever, but it is really bad for you, and it is really bad for your children, especially if they're male children. Y'all need to start doing your damn research. Anyway, what is that shit called? It's to help you sleep or whatever. Melatonin. Now I know all of you think that's real fucking safe shit. But do you know how many ODs of children and others there are on it constantly? And most of them are not, but the potential for death is there. Do you know what one of the things that happens is, though, with those that meth or melatonin? Hyperthermia. Not hypo, hyper. Yeah, where you get chills. You feel cold, but your body is boiling itself. You need to bring your temperature down, but you're also freezing. You also get super sleepy, coma state, vomiting, stomach cramps. Depends, right? Candace had a habit. And I kept wondering about this shit. Throughout the years, I was like, bro, nope. I was like, that shit ain't cool. I was like, yeah. And then, she put on a mask. I was like, oh, it just be for the night. And I'm like, right. But if you know C, at least somewhat, just the type, I mean, they don't want to deal, right? The same reason she kept other older kids on shippers to watch the other ones. Now, say you just are interested in having yourself a good old time and you want to hang out, chill, you're sick of our shit, you don't really deal with kids and whatever, and you want them knocked out before you get home, or, you know, whatever, so you can do whatever, or, I don't know, throughout the day, right? Either way, there are also weird little things that bug me. Little knowns. Someone like Candace, she's not gonna contact, say, like our other neighbors, as is typical if it's like a regular boo boo, or when she'd message me or video chat me, and I mean, I have some of the pictures of showing y'all where she video chatted me her in summer. It was over the course of a couple days. Summer kept getting through. I was like, look, if that Tim don't go answer, I was like, take her to the hospital. It's like RSV or something like that. She'll have to go in. And then the next day, somebody gets her note, and then she took her to the children's hospital. She had to ask Dawn first, though, right? But it's stuff like that she would come to I and other neighbors with. Or say summer needed a bottle nipple in the middle of the night, 3 in the morning or something. You get what I'm saying? But we're not the type she come to if something was drastically fucking wrong. She's gonna take that shit to somebody low. Do you understand what I'm saying? And up at the end of the Ben Hill, you have one that's right fucking there. Even if maybe per se people weren't supposedly getting along or anything, fine, but whatever. Find it weird that first talk with Fred, he's like, "Oh yeah, we were really tight till 6 months ago, and blah blah, and all that, and blah blah, blah. I think it was Candace though that got him into this." I'm like, why are you just throwing that in there? That's random as fuck. And then later on, you hear Don saying similar, and then him and his 6 months and angels, and knowing it's 6 months. I mean, it's just all kinds of fuck shit. You know what I mean? But there are similarities and things between both that are like, you know, here Dawn say exactly what Fred said. He said this mixed up Bible verses. So I'm like, oh, okay, so Fred's sort of semi telling the truth about, but then that's also eventually supposed to have been said to another dead guy. It's very bizarre, okay, but you can hear these threads of commonality. They're in the community and between all the others, right? That make you go, what the fuck? You know? Or that you know means something, but they're sometimes you get Beach Creek twisted. Like, I think Laura moving a vehicle after crimes has been twisted and mixed up, and it didn't happen in one, but another. She had her hands on the wheels of something moving it at some point, and some big boy crime for sure. But I think the Beach Creek twisting and the whispers and the tin can game have gotten it a little, Beach Creek twisted. Oh, there's truth there. But where? I find it weird when it's people semi sort of related to her by name and shit that are, and Cotton there. And there's the Beach Creek twisted in between. I don't know. Pink shirts on camera with Ziggy. Gotta make sure to get that out there. Wear Laura's clothes off. Find it strange too that there's emphasis put on Candace and Grandis and Summer washing their hands with jugs of water on the back of a truck bed on June 15th. Boy, that'd take a whole lot of expensive drinking water when just walking right in the house. Using the sulfuric, to wash hands and save the drink water. Just, no, I feel like that's making leeway. It's either a mental, psychological thing, some sort of cleansing of the hands, psychological shit there, or it's because there'd be water and soap and something present somewhere out there that might be wondered about. But if you can say, oh, wash your hands with soap and water, or that's why the back of the tailgates, whatever, or whatever. And when did the water get there? When did the bed get lowered on the truck? Did somebody get the drugs as evidence? I don't know, but point is, and that's a hell of a lot of water with 3 hands. I also find it strange you hear a moment where Candace Sr. says, "We stepped out." Then if you pay attention to the first interview in WJHL with Candace, she says, they went inside, right? They went in. Oh man, the camper, you'd assume. She got a peppermint from Grandma, and then she wanted to go blah, blah. Now, if all of you were in the camper, why? Why did all of you step in the camper? And then, why didn't you do Grandis's knee brace then, you know? That makes sense, right? But does it really? Why wouldn't you do Grandis's knee brace while you're up actually doing activities? You wouldn't put the uncomfortable knee brace on for somebody, I guess, goes back in their camper and lays down to rest or something, you know? Why wouldn't you make sure it was on or still on, whatever, while you're doing the flowers and the bending and the stooping on the steps and all that? You don't do it until after? Right before you go back into the main? Like, that doesn't make a whole lot of good sense anyway. But if you're already in the damn camper with Summer and Candace singing for Peppermint, and Summer wants to go next door, you know, peppermints are also one of those things you're handed if your stomach's upset. Or you try to give someone if their stomach's upset. Just thing is, why not do it then? And that sequel events is so fast. Like, when was the talk about, like, hey, will you put my knee brace on, or, you know? Oh, well, before you even go back out the door, the camera, it's, oh, well, I'm going to take her, and then I'm going to go back, put the knee brace. It just, like, what? And sometimes it's all the boys were told to watch Summer. Sometimes it's just one. You know, I know that rarely I've said Summer's scream. It has come out of my mouth at least once or twice. But generally you hear me say scream. You know? And in my heart and soul, mine, it's wild. You know? Till there's an answer and explanation, I'm sure it will. Every day of my life, and even once we have an explanation. It's something I'm willing to take in out of every fire and puzzle myself, so there's an explanation for, something like that, so I'll take it out myself and pretend it doesn't count this way or it doesn't count that way. I have no problem with that. And I know LE and Feds do the same. To this day, I don't give a flying fuck about, Lawson and Unfounded in the least. I don't give a fuck about Jenny chasing Adrian lockdowns bullshit. That there was already evidence over here they were lying sons of bitches before they went and did that shit. And they all went and did that shit on purpose to tamper with Summer's case and us as witnesses. Ask yourselves why. Hmm? Doesn't take a fucking genius to figure that out. So anyway. Now why that seems to be the only fucking thing that matters to all of them. As far as trying to get rid of public whatever, you know, or to call me like, it's like, fuck. Whatever, bro. You know, there are other things we seen, heard, and witnessed that day and other days, or, you know, and other years prior that might count. Fuck. But that's why they keep telling y'all we're liars, whatever, while they still try to database and try to get all the things from all of us, and, you know. But then also, on the other hand, try to get us really legit murdered and put targets on it. And it's real fucking cute. And speaking of, I don't know if Freaky remembers, but they also tried to get my son killed just a few months ago. You know, the member of the military and active when they tried to get fucking murdered online. It was real cute, wasn't it? Tried to put a target on him and put targets on us. So great, them man critters. You know, Monster, Piper, Jenny, Adrian, Penny, Scarlet, etc. Solo, Monster, Ziggy, Monster, Cher, Fred, Ziggy, etc. Back and forth they go, right? But they've also, Fred and Ziggy are the only ones that did it on purpose to me, so. Yeah, they really put a target with lies on it to try to get my son murdered. I don't find that funny. Y'all? Any other realm of the fucking world, people be up in arms that someone basically tried to put an online hit out on and put a U.S. service member in danger. Like that. Here it's fucking entertainment, though. That whole thing about touching that shit's all. That is just right. It's one of those things like revival tents and all that, you know. It's like falls into those lanes. Turns out it was mind over. You know what I'm saying? They figured out a whole lot of that shit was because people believed it was true. That then, like even officers, EMT shit were like, I touched it, I'm dead. Right? But that wasn't true. You have to like inhale it and other things or have an open one. Like, but yeah. So anyway, either way, it would be the clothing, but also the mention that she was cold. But nobody wants to talk about the changes. But then also the milk, and then there's no way her arms were actually up like this. I don't give a fuck who you are. When clearly they're, one might have been like that, but not both. You know what I mean? It just there are other things, in the news. See, they never did use uh that. So they used a still frame. But they only used the footage from years. Now, don't get me wrong, these things are tools. Okay? Things can be done for many reasons. But if something dire had happened, something was going extraordinarily wrong. She's gonna contact someone low enough to help. What are you saying? It's too involved in fuck shit to do whatever you Hopefully, I'll understand. What I mean. Fred and them would be some of those types. And then Fred being the first one to mention a dead. No shit. Swear on my fucking life. Not that it's worth much, but he mentioned one right under 50. Oddly enough, that's what each of these fucking marathon shit's been over. And he was questioned apparently in jail about. But it also coincides with the amount he's seen on social media with Don and Candace post the property for. Though it was way too much for that property and house. We were offered it at like $20,000 or something. But then weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks later, maybe months, when it was finally posted online by Candace, then it was like near 50 or a little over something like that, you know? But there's potential that he was offered a certain amount for shutting his jab, or told him that after the fact that, by God, he wanted that type of money, you know what I mean? It's hard saying, telling. Could be something Fred made up too, because he was instantly in contact with Tragedy Pimps, him, Marlena, a few of the other players, as much as C&D were. And others had taken note of that 50 around the house sale thing, which stopped because I guess they decided not to, you know what I mean? I don't know. Don't even, it was never a big thing. So it's just depending on which version of Fred you get when he mentions that debt by Dawn, right? And what the hair and the taffy really is, you see. That's where feds and law enforcement will come into play, and what they know beyond all of that. And the reams and reams of data on who's in touch with who and who was going places and who was whatever. Because if you think they aren't, you're fucking stupid. Them boys are working, and they've been working overtime since before they even got first foot on that ground. Y'all stupid if you think these feds are fucking around. They're the ultimate version of fuck around and find out. You know? They don't play fucking games either. I ain't about that life. And I know damn good well the other agencies are not either. You know? But, um, you know, You know what the thing that's similar is though? Now with the teams and all that shit's wound up around Monster. See, well, I mean, CD don't really count, but Fred and all them. Do you see the similarity in that Fred or Monster might every now and then say, "Oh well, C and D did whatever," but then they stay concentrated on the drama and they stay fighting about something else or taking eyes off of or throwing shit out at other places or people or the stupid bullshit fight between Monster and Fred about a fucking picture where he was on the road and all. Bro, there's already evidence and has been since I come out here with those messages before Monster was ever public and still very much behind the scenes though, but there's proof out here. He was a fucking mark. He was nowhere in Ben Hill. You know? And I've put out the messages too where the feds visited him at work and when they did and all sort of shit that they seen and they talked to his boss. So I put those the fuck out very early on. Also, before this shit could start over a year ago between them, I was like, bro, shit's just wrong. I'm not gonna say how, I didn't want to give details, all sort of shit. Then these two, you notice the build-up and how stupid it is? It's a nothing burger. And it makes no goddamn sense. And if you really boil it down, you're like, wait a minute, Fred, if you were face to face with Mustang, he says he was. Remember, he says he was looking down in the car. See my eye. But then, halftime now, he's like, oh, but her son. But wait, Jody Sue's in the car. But oh, there was a swap off. But there was a girl present somewhere, you know. What, you weren't looking them in the eye? No. He left that out of his I was looking on the stride. I was thinking, well, by God, then you should have been able to see if something else was in the car, huh? But either way, he's got the shit fucked up. There's shit wrong with the one camera. He knows it. No, I know he knows it. Him and his little birds of certain trails. Anyway, maybe he's a dipshit. And nobody let him know like the rest of us do that certain things are not right with that. Now, I don't know why they leave him thinking it was. Maybe that was to test him on something. That's all I can say. Maybe because he's sus as fuck. Could be. See if he'd stick with his story of, oh, I've seen this one and that one and the other one on the 15th. But then it turns out Fred's lying his ass off. Or maybe somebody kept changing dates when they came on purpose. If they knew that, I don't know, to keep shit fucked up. Hard telling, really. While Raptor testing camera triggering distances and shit like they're known for decades. But him and Ziggy and others damn sure did here and fits his pattern. Man, what was definitely done with that camera in particular in Ben Hill, and I know it because all the vanishing people that tie back to Fred and the trails of the wee wee wee. We were testing triggering distances and looking for cameras, and you even hear Fred crowing about that shit on Ziggy's. He's like, oh, the feds have a camera on your pole, Jody. I'm like, and? I don't know if they do or not. Do I care? No. Why do you fucking weirdo? Shit, bring them on. You know, I'm like, psh. I also got like 6,000 cameras. So, what the fuck? Do I give a shit, right? Cameras just like those in videos. I told the cops and still do them more welcome to anything. Fuck off of it. Because I don't give a shit. They're allowed access to them anytime if they so choose and want it. Fuck them with passwords, login, they can fucking have that shit too. I don't give a fucking shit. They want to put them on poles, they want to put a guy on a pole. I don't give a shit. Hell, they want to pretend rent or buy a house for a couple of years. Damn it, shit, they can do that too. Good fuck. Thing is, that's what Fred and his buddies with the shovel and the drop offs, the blue, and then like the 3 vans going to mix in with the other 1 or 2 here that are normal here, and the one at the store and all that shit I do. It was Fred playing his games like he's always played his games, and it was them testing and looking for locations of cameras. It's what they've done through the trails, the mountains, and on that road for years, and to see how it triggers, how far you have to be away. That way, as traffic wouldn't get caught or seen on them. It's pretty goddamn simple. And you know that blind spot he talks about, monsters supposed to be in it. He knows it's blind because he knows he has people parked in there, so they're not caught on the other cameras like Ed's and others who were turning him in for all his meth shit in the creek, who he's really pissed off at, and then he slings shit out here on YouTube. And then tries to get Fred or Ed killed by saying he's some sort of whatever the fuck stalker, whichever one it was that led Ziggy in there. Though the black and silver car was already parked there, right? When Ziggy showed up. Yeah, the cops here in other counties took note of being present every time y'all were doing shit to us here. Yeah, same fucking car. Motherfuckers are dumber than fuck. Anyway. But what was it? And he's been feeding that shit out since he got pissed off at it for even buying that property and then splitting up and all sorts of shit. But, and Fred, if anybody in fucking Ben Hill and South Beach Creek has a problem with properties, ooh boy, that'd be Freddie Britches. And others in his portion of that side of the valley. 3 generations. Anyway, well, that's your dude right there for the property fuckery. Thinking everything belongs to them. And wanting it to, and then going around doing stupid shit like pulling up stakes, cutting off tree markers, you know, that type of shit. Anyone was to call me on that shit, by God, I got receipts from my wedding in the valley where he's doing it to other family members, other things that link back to initial family property. Bro, you talk about property? It's that motherfucker. But anyway, so he tries to say he's part of like WITSEC, and he works for government, blah, 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 right? Fred knows no bounds, man. And he's been pumping that shit for years, even before YouTube. Swear to God. Meanwhile, that guy back there ain't nothing but a cool, awesome dude. Elderly, you know. Nice man. His dogs are nice too. I like him. I never had a problem with him. Anyway, he needs to be left alone. Him, his family, everybody else. And, I'd like the same for the rest of the community members and neighbors. I know they fucking well would. And, anyway. But yeah, there you go with that. So Fred knows all the blind spots. Are we clear? He also knows how to look. It's just done. I do love that him and Ziggy and the YouTubers and all those through the plan to get Fred up shit while he's here showed the world, and that I now have evidence of on cameras, and others have evidence of that he was testing cameras, just like he did inside of Benny, especially that one. I don't know. Patterns, am I right? Oh. Dumbass. But Fred, he's real smooth. They got a fucking, the feds have a camera in your pole, so you get paranoid. Bitch, please. Dear FBI, come up, put up 8 more. Look, camp out on the steps. Shit, I'm swimming around the couch. I got extra Jose. What do you mean? Y'all the only ones that be like, fucking feds, man, they got cameras. They're watching us. Did y'all see a fucking UFO? Holy shit, it's an Amy Tate chasing a shadow, people. Towards Lonnie's. Oh God, with a knife and an open weapon and a community full of innocent, people, cancer patients, elderly, grandchildren, my children. Right, Squall? Fred, Candace, Don. It was there for months because y'all don't learn your lessons. Boys, they got taken there, you are tracked the fuck out even when your buddy's trying to steal phones. Months later, well, I'm in a goddamn ambulance. And she helped put me there because she wouldn't get her tweaker ass out my goddamn face. Don's like, we gotta go now. We gotta go back up the driveway. We didn't call the JSP's family is there because the judge thought it was funny to be like, cut off the Wi-Fi. The cancer patient won't need it. I was like, sir, I have medical emergencies. It doesn't matter. Like, but it's imminent. Fuck you. Okay, and then it turns out I had medical emergencies. But hey, the judges in Hawkins County getting retired who couldn't find the fucking imaginary calculators right up their ass. Having Monster's private number. It was funny. It was real funny. And then I had no way to really message anybody about the tweakers or the fuck shit they were doing or anything to real detectives or oh God. Yeah, they appreciate it. I just love sometimes that county. It's amazing. Anyway, yeah. So I got to sit there, no way to communicate with anybody that there were fucking many tweakers and fuckers out there at the bottom Broadway. And that was like, shit, somebody's gonna see us. We gotta go. Candace, get Amy up the driveway. Hey. But Amy couldn't go because she needed to get things. Like, she'd been placed there to do things anyway for this group, like the Squalls and others, right? To dig in bed and do the crack about like Cam and Allie and, well, everybody else that was ever fucking there, including Ziggy. Yeah, y'all remember when Bill was telling y'all that she was damn well up there with the hard shit partying down with all of them? Yeah. They ain't really a creator one that ain't. I hate to tell you that. But no, they're all out there searching for a little summer rose. Bullshit. They're out there trying to steal neighbor witnesses' cell phones, though, while they're having medical emergencies, and Don's like, we gotta go. God damn it, run me witness that. Turns out those nice, lovely EMTs did indeed. Thank God for that. Anyway, mm-hmm. Rock on, Amy Tate. See you have been by your profile picture. That shit got to you real quick, real hard, didn't it, girl? Shit. Well, after about like 6 years, I finally finished off. I'm gonna regret this for about a week. My doctor's gonna be pissed. If you're watching, I'm so sorry. It's my birthday. I just wanted a drink. It's been like years since I had any. Despite what the world thinks, I just wanted a drink in a black solo cup that matched my soul and set off the makeup. It's wonderful, isn't it? Dude always stock up on the Halloween solo cups. They're amazing. The black ones. I hate those orange ones though. I love the black ones. Yeah, well, mud pile. So I think one of the last times I had anything was here, right? You remember I had the one on Thanksgiving that one year. Green Eyes tried to use it. They all thought I was a vulnerable girl. I just had a little sip, and therefore they could take advantage. And then they doxed my mother's car, everything else that I. And then next time I had that baby bullshit like the claw. Or I don't know what it was, but I was in the passenger side, parked, no keys, anything. Fucking vehicle didn't even run, bro. Didn't even run. It's still there. And Benny didn't know the state laws, and he called it in and had you all inundate law enforcement saying I was drinking and driving. Remember that shit? And then the cops showed up, and the officer blew us like, all right, here we go. Here we go. Cops like, fuck them. And then this one. Um, Now my old Facebook vids when I was leaving the hill there at last and packing. Yeah, I was having a little bit of tequila and a few Cayman Jacks and type shit, you know. But either way, I've never been here shit faced. I've never been here intoxicated. I'm not in here beating the shit out of people. I'm not in here being like, la 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 la. And if I reach the point tonight where, and I don't think so, where I'm like, or anything, I'm not going to be on here because this is not the place for that. However, I can be an adult and have a drink. You feel me? If Brooks can get her shit-faced, drunk, alcoholic ass on here every day, PG can pop them tops every night while eating wheat brownies. Monster and him come on higher and shit off acid pills and fucking smoked up coughing. All these characters can be jacked up smoking in front of you and clearly intoxicated beyond all measure. Then everybody give me a little bit leeway on my damn birthday to have a drink for once in several years. You feel me? I'm hurting no one enough. I'm gonna celebrate me whether y'all do or not. And I'm gonna regret it, trust me. Not because I'm old and hangover, but because I'm really legit not supposed to. And I thought about breaking out the margarita shit I got, but I'm afraid my salt after this song's not gonna be in the best shape. And I just didn't want to go through all that trouble. Plus, I really am a straight liquor type of girl, so I don't need all that shit. I thought about some shine, some gin. thought about making some bee's knees, but lavender bee's knees is my favorite. I didn't want to go through all that trouble. It's like, fuck it. I'll just pour the last of years of a bottle of Cuervo Blue Agave Especial that I Monster bought somewhere eons ago. I'm pretty sure this one was decent. One of the bottles from DC, I don't know. Bought a couple down there, like $400 a piece. Still got them some fucking work packed up. But anyway, yeah, so thing is, the one similarity, right? The teams. Monster. Even Hunter now. Fred. The rest of the creators. They'll tell you it's about summer, but all they want to concentrate on is bullshit. Okay? They want the drama. They want everything else. They want this and that, but that team built around all those motherfuckers, oh, they ain't about that life. God damn you to hell if you say a word really about something. It's less than you want. Though they're all here to find their daughter. Even though an abundance of us burn fires and puzzles that have nothing to do with seeing dear Fred. Dear Dawn and Candace and Fred's fucking stupid ass. Do you realize there are some of us that hold other people that even you all don't know of, and that, hell, I don't know, but I know I've made Ellie and others aware of, that held pieces and things for that maybe fit better than you do some days. And that we burn those fires and puzzles, and that we hunt those down through the community and others, and try to find all the things for, hear keys for, too. You fucking dipshits. Why you destroy us or keep us from where we can't? So if y'all are fucking innocent, maybe you should have stopped and left everybody else alone who actually did care if your daughter's found. Even if it means some kooky ass neighbor who gives just a little bit too much of a fuck, that's because all you fuck sticks act fucking ridiculous from the time she vanishes. Fuck all y'all, bro. Fucking idiots. You afraid of getting hung? Really? Thing is, maybe if you would fucking stop your teams from the beginning and your bullshit artists on YouTube, maybe those in the community could have spoken and got word out about your daughter. Protected their own families and otherwise at this community, like the squall, that you had targeting everybody, fucking with a black man, maybe we could have all hurt each other. Maybe there'd be trust. Maybe people wouldn't be scared to come forward with the key. That means y'all might not get fucking super genius mud jellos, sons of bitches. And that's the difference, right? Some of us still yet to this day, you know, like, I don't know if any of are guilty, so I'm not gonna point fingers at like directly and be like, oh, you're now I know what I've fucking heard. I know who I've heard called be, guilty. But even I go poof with that shit. Well, that may not apply. May not be right. Shit and facts and evidence may have changed through the years. Though I don't think so. But maybe. It's possible. And therefore, just Mason Shackles, I'm never going to point anyone and be like, you're guilty as fuck. I'm just not. These some bitches, they by God have. They've aimed at everybody. And their kids, and everybody been like, blah, 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 blah. Innocent people, other neighbors, annihilated an entire goddamn community. Y'all, isn't it cute? It's got a little nut on it. Anyway. Do behave. My mama said I could wear this. And I do hate to disappoint. Oh! God damn it. My cupcake fell. Thankfully, I don't eat the icing anyway. That was a little unsteady. But my mama said I could wear this tonight, no matter how old I am. YOLO. God, my Sasquatch paws. It almost didn't fit. It almost didn't go in the hole, fellas. Okay. It's beautiful. See? Diamonds and nuts. I much prefer nuts. What can I say? Alright, the icing's gotta go, my dudes. Mm-mm. So anyway, my mama said, no, my mama really did tell me that I could wear it. She said, those rings. Like, I'm like, well, they're rings for a reason. Probably for 4-year-olds. But these are very adult-oriented cupcakes. Look, the other ones have, like, fucking leaves. Right? I just got them. These ain't no Powerpuff Girl cupcakes. These are adult cupcakes. Right? I can wear the nut ring. These are clearly made for adults. It's weird. Anyway. But my mom did tell me, she said, these have rings. You can wear it. It's alright, mama. So there you go. My mama said it's high quality H2 Jose. Anyway. Y'all know I'm right, and you all know you only live once, and you all want to wear these. You know you want to go into kids' parties, though I know many of us don't have those anymore because all the kids are weird. They don't sit around doing this on devices and look at each other. They mess at each other, sitting around beside each other like little weirdos. And mine don't. That's the problem. Mine, like my little, she wants to have conversations. She's been raised around, and they were not given electronics till later ages for very reason. And because we live in Beach Creek, then, so, yeah, they want to conversate and they want to have interactions with people. They go near other kids, and their kids are like, I'll text you, though, I'm right beside me. And they're like, what the fuck's wrong with you children? Like, I catch my little and my eldest all the time throughout all the years. Like, the fuck's wrong with these youngins? Mama, I don't know, they're iPad babies. What, their mamas didn't teach them how to read, debate, the whole conversation? Come on. That's not what it's about, man. Anyway, so yeah. Either way, you know you want to go to the kids' parties, though, and you know you want all the rings from the cupcakes. Which are always denied. I encourage every adult out here, no matter how old you are, to always snag a cupcake ring or a cake decoration and place it somewhere about your body. It'll make you happy. It's pure happiness. It's pure gold. Anyway. And y'all, do you know how many of those I have saved up? Some of the kids' keepsake boxes and my own. Oh my god, and different things off of different stuff. We'd had different places across the country and different special moments and birthdays and I mean, all the things. I have so many of the things. Snag the nut ring. Bye. Snag the nut ring. I always was a nut girl. Just saying. It's all about the nut, not about. I'm sorry. I might have to learn how to go clip shit out. That was real inappropriate in this stream. I do apologize. Anyway, hold on. I don't want to be full on go harder. I was talking about Molly, but that might have seemed certain. Sorry. Inhibitions, man. They're real. These are my best friends. You can't beat a little chocolate in the mouth and some Jose. Okay, I'll quit. Now I feel like the rest of the creators are not caring what they say during streams about serious shit, especially something not appropriate. I apologize. But anyway, I think over the years, it's like the thing that's stuck. From the time I became aware of this realm and then how it worked and then thrown in it, and it was like, oh my god, really? Like, and I was so stupid and naive. I was like warning C&D. I was like, dude, these people are full on scammers. Watch out, there's something wrong with this person, that person. Oh my god. Turns out they were clearly aware because they're working with it, right? And you're like, fuck, right? It's like Candace acted oblivious to the fucking marathon to me. And I truly thought I was helping her. It's like, okay. And they were gonna be like, took about 2 days to figure out they weren't. But they knew that because they were their people and their teams. My god damn. Should have been sus. But anyway, if you notice what they all do, Fred even, and I know Monster. I know Monster thinks and has since the beginning. Though perspectives and years, but I know, because reasons that Monster still firmly thinks they murdered her. I don't care what he says for cash or changes. He does. I know most of the creators wrapped around. It's like when Trev did his swap. Dude, like 2 days before that, he was in my inbox being like, oh, these motherfuckers guilty and shit. And then all of a sudden there he is in June. He's like, oh, I love C&D. Nana and the documentaries and oh, the Adrians in front of WJHL where I want to be because I want to be a politician or a real boy. The fuck? The fuck? What's wrong with y'all? Right? Anyway, so you ever notice that Fred and them might say, oh, C&D's here, but they'll keep all the attention and all the bullshit going, just like him and Andy are meant to do right now on purpose. Whether fed or led, though, Fred, either way. Whether they realize or not, but I think they do, because think about all the shit Monster could have gone out. Oh my gosh, over years. He didn't, though he had this whole realm doing his dirty work, right? For him, I pretended innocence and feigning he had nothing to do with it, and I was a big bad wolf. But, think about it. It's nonsensical. Think about Monster being out here and this all upset about this car thing. It's a nothing burger, and they all know it. Even Monster knows it. They're doing it on purpose, and they're doing it all surrounded by the same team. And while they're doing it, they know attention then means it's not on. Guess who? And to me, that really shows you how much Monster or Fred or any of those really care about Summer or finding her the truth. Now, I'm not saying all of them should be concentrated on C&D. That's not what I'm saying or implying. But they do that shit so y'all are distracted. The rest of the world doesn't look for any all the shit. But it's not keeping eyes on Summer either. I mean, in ways, the drama and shit was. I mean, it's probably the only good about any of the shit, but also in a way it's not because of the inundation and the usage of services and all this other shit. You know? But do you notice the theme? Even the creators, they'll start out their streams like Cindy did it. But also, it's been 3 hours with Summer's name hashtag while mostly doing hit pieces on I. And I'm not kidding. Y'all go back with even what's still available and you count. There are more pieces out there about my children and I and other witnesses they're trying to target or this and their nonsensical shit than there ever were and ever will be about C&D or Candace Sr. or the church people, etc. And they are all listed as sus. And at the very top of the list before neighbors, now aren't they? Go back to the piece this place hid from you on YouTube. You think Angela said that shit by accident? While this place mindfucked you and made you think there was no new news? And why would C&D and Grandis still place on the list after Polygraph? And why are the church people in between? And exactly which church people? Would that be the Seventh Day? Would that be the many other churches they used conned and Dawn cloaked in? During periods of Dawn shenanigans and after? Would that be the ones and the weird religious shit happening in Utah before the return of the Dawn Wells / pretend Jose fight? It's church people. Though I'll tell you, even them motherfucking granola fanny pack sons of bitches up there sus as fuck, but not in summer. They just weird. They culty. And I'm not a culty type person or a woo-woo Kool-Aid QAnon Wayfarer shit. But that's no different than Scientology or fucking Jehovah's. I mean, I don't know, all organized religions fucking culty, but some of them get out there, bro. You're talking like Haley's Comet folks. There's certain degrees, man. Yeah. But the thing is, they all have that in common, don't they? Fred, the rest, your creators, those with around people in around the team, their little workers controlling these tragedy events as well. You can see it. Do you see it now between the J4 and Josh shit too? A return and announcement of the last previous setup shit, Josh. Even though it sounds like a natural thing that occurred, oh, they have their ways. And though there are things between Josh and I, still gonna call shit wrong when I smell it's a little wrong. Yeah. Shit's a little off again lately. Sure is. Especially with the J4 angle. Lip lock being over there, I don't know, certain folks. There's always something worried about them 7 to 10 and plus amounts, ain't they? Shit. God forbid anybody around here expect them or encourage them when they come. Anyway. What? Just wait your turn. Mm. Thing is, though, watch all of them. How many do you see anymore, Mud Pie? Or the rest? How many are even attempting the facade or the little handy dandy notebooks of coming out every day or whatever their manic Mondays and summer Tuesdays, whatever the fuck it is, right? How many do you actually see putting up all the things on the screen, trying to work out timelines, trying to work out stories? They don't. It's all bullshit. Like what's happening between Fred and Monster, which is planned and scripted. And all parties, I'm pretty sure, are aware of that. And they're getting paid well for it. And even if certain people are walking to the DG, right, acting broke, trust me, they are not in the least. You feel me? But there is also an attempted shut the fuck up, getting your lean shit, and certain people mad, and certain things happening in the back right now, right? Uh, Interesting with Pepperidge Farm frozen cakes. I don't even know if I've ever seen it. Oh, I think you. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. You're not talking about like up in the deli portion. You're talking in the frozen freezer sections. You know. Anyway, I don't know. Skip from Family Guy will forever be one of my favorites. But it's a similarity. All of them do not want certain characters, masks and monsters, to be uncleansed. Truth be told, they want everything to look certain ways for certain shit. They want that to be the last standing public images of this certain. I'm just not all for that. But um, that team is built to where it keeps eyes on us, or that it keeps knowingly and intentionally targeting others that certain people don't like the truth from or the receipts from, or that, you know, I I'm not gonna apologize for the truth. Right? And we're like, oh gosh, guys, I hate that my witness statements bother you. Let me give up on it. It's not gonna happen. And the harder they fuck with me, the harder I'm gonna come back. Because it ain't right. And when I know someone's trying to bury the truth in reality and trying to cleanse monsters and keep masks on, yeah, that ain't gonna fly. And I don't give a shit what people are built into or cleaned up. to be, so that's a lasting memory. In the world around where there's new ice comforts people, but it's what they actually are behind those masks that matter. And it's damn sure what they were on June 15th that matters. I don't give a shit who it is. Do you understand? Because that's who and what everything was then on the day she vanished. And all those things will matter. You never forget monsters, masks, and who people really are. Your ass gonna get fucked sideways. And monsters really don't like being known. The thing is, it's like I stood here for years and watched you all be taken for a ride with the boys. Man, we all knew, even before they were taken, that they would eventually be. And I think I knew that from about like maybe the next day after Summer vanished. But then damn sure after Amy Tate showed up on scene tweaking the fucking hell out of her balls on WJHL, it went, what, 2 days later or something? Boys taken. And then that also coincides with the crack pipe being busted at the bottom and Dawn seemingly knowing about it and then the camera being erased and all that shit. Weird, and Candace being caught at some point behind a bubble, though I have my feels about that, okay? Because certain timing that evening at that vigil and what she was wearing, and certain people who took those original pictures, which I have the screenshots still of, and things, because they were sent to me in real time then. And I was like, holy shit, is that the fucking bubble? You know? Holy shit. And, then Dawn and the boys and their behavior around the cameras, and then later on, there's the door open and all the things happen, right? And Lee called all these things that went down during that period. Still not all of which is in y'all's damn business. So anyway. Um, there are things there. I think there were multiples working together. And that if not, those planted in and around them already, like, oh, I don't know, the Tates and others that might have done such fuckery. And then been told it nobody and then tried to be cleaned up. But, I don't know. But I know others do. Either way. Also, the thing is, it wouldn't be no goddamn strangers, right? No fucking stranger came in there, even those who had been maybe placed or planted on 110, that would have been able to do what was done. That would have only had the owner or known chuff twice. The gravel movements, slowing down of a certain car, one hit of a bump instead of two out on the main, creeping, and they would not at times have had knowledge of things even I didn't know existed in that road. Like this sliding metal things hid behind after cops arrived, and then somebody had the patience to stay behind them for several hours before coming out for mine. Well, you'd had to have accessed other neighbors' property and hidden things to ever have known those are fucking there and know where you get. And it just strikes me as a little weird that maybe dogs are around those things too. Right, Fred? I'm still looking for a round thing made of iron. That's all I'm saying. On top of it, I know what the sliding shit is. I know the tin thing. I know where it is. I knew instantly. Dear Sherfy and other neighbors, that's what I was looking for. And you're well aware of it. Anyway, I'm still looking for a round iron thing. Anybody? A big one! Somewhere. I don't know, maybe eventually I'll give all the beats to someone. They can go freaking. Mine's been sitting over since very early on, and even on Ben Hill, trying to figure out thermodynamics versus equipment, and also shit to figure out certain things, and evidence-based shit, and all these things that might matter in someone's case. These assholes been shit-faced, speaking to their line, feeding psychics, waterfall shit, this, the other, blah, 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 all this other crazy shit. I've been trying so fucking hard. These other motherfuckers like, man, we were drunk, passed out, Jody Sue. We're gonna videotape you. A helicopter's flying right above in the middle of the night. God damn, McDonough just called us wondering if we were drunk. Oh, that's the concern tonight. Not while the helicopter's flying. These things are happening. They're searching for a daughter. McDonough, why did he call us asking if we were drunk? Like, I don't know. I don't care. Do you hear and see what's going on outside with the real searchers for your daughter? There's no goddamn wonder. More than one of us running around the area feel like somebody has to give a shit. Stupid fucks. Anyway, I don't know, guys. I just so many things. Goddamn it, so many things and so many ties and twizzled shit and the dope shit. Well, I ain't even got to releasing all that. Wait till the public and the world and everybody else figures out what's really going on there. And with some of the locals that are tied to it in these chase films and what they've really done to you all and everyone else in Summer's case. It's something. No, there's so many things I still need to get to, you know. Input here. Name thinking because of what they're doing on opening up several other platforms, including Facebook again, or at least in one of my alts. Because they're always trying to take down Facebook when I open it back up or get shit off of it, or hacking my friend's shit, or find them, or meth and fuck what they don't realize are actual federal goddamn employees' bank accounts and other shit, and social media accounts because they're dumb shits. Till then, I guess they hacked and fucked around and found out. We're like, oh shit, we done hacked besties and everybody else is like federal level fucking accounts. Uh-oh! See, that's what the fuck happens when these dumbasses fuck around and find out. But I don't want anyone around me fucked with, and there's a lot of shit on my Facebook that obviously it's my personal one that, and they hit it broadside every time it's open. So, um, I don't know. I'll do something. Because they're just fucking around too much around here. I'm judging by certain shit we fully expected for months now. And certain other motherfuckers fucking around the past couple days, right, including my last cry life. It must be time to enact certain things that we all fully expected. I don't know, for years we were just kind of waiting our turn. So I'll tell you right now, there's a very, and I've made hints at it for months. I know what they're aiming for. It ain't gonna turn out well for them. And in the background, what tells me that most who have ever sent anything through to us are tied together is the fact that they've been able to stop all and anything from coming and going to us through any payment portal. Like they're nothing crickets, right? They also made sure to hit my channel to where it's demonetized, and to do that to where obviously it affected Christmas bills, or you got accounts with a cute little icon saying save your money and it will save you. Yeah, okay, y'all, I ain't oblivious. And with those players around DNC from years ago, and from more than a few of the big boy setups around here, I'm fully aware. I'm not a dumbass. And we're all just waiting our turn. And that's all I'm gonna say for now. But they're trying to starve us out currently. They're trying to make sure little I can't pay bills or do anything. Trying to get me offline that way. They're also trying to take the channel, probably eventually, maybe. Um, and they're attempting many things at once. And they're trying to lay the paving for it. No. It's just like I Kim's ass the other day. See what's happening, and I've dropped the hints here for it for months and months and months. And if those involved think I'm a dumb bitch, or things weren't waited on, let me make that clear. You'd be stupid. Anyway, and that it shows most of those who ever sent anything through the Cash App, y'all think just ringing off the fucking hook all the time. That they're not controlled and ain't been doing certain, Look, it's like that timer. All the fucking avatars back there, man, that were different people changed into the same one and the same name because they were on tips some shit. I was like, what the fuck? And I went to a fucking squid or octopus overnight. What the hell, bro? Some ocean type shit there. And thank God for the receipts and voices and voice matching and all things for all the years. And the other creators are so helpful. And LE and others. Compiling, my dudes. You ain't fucking around with no bullshit. I'm gonna be half dead, but I ain't all the way dead. Now, those I can tell who still genuinely gave, and who has always done so, and I appreciate those. We all do. I know Little and I do. And if you notice, they're also going after Little and I's Christmas. They How many years have y'all seen this with Little's Christmas list? Anna, Monster, her own fucking father and his group every year do that shit. Smiley that year sexualizing her Christmas list. All the shit every year. It's fuck shit around us. They make us look certain ways while they make fortunes off us and they're all money for the kids and all their shit. Meanwhile, who knows where Summer's at? She's damn sure maybe not getting a Christmas, obviously. Her brothers, we don't. I know that there are some assholes in them. They are with good people and they're being treated well. Okay? But that doesn't mean their sister ain't missing. It don't mean that they're having the Christmas of their dreams. I mean, they're still sitting there at Christmas thinking, where's our sister? We're still still, mom and dad are assholes, but mom and dad, they're thinking things like that. Their hearts are still, and they're heavy still. That'll be their life forever, no matter what. Even after answers come and summer comes home. No package or bow or present can make up for that. And I have tried through the years to get things to them. I've even sent C&D money for them. And it turns out I wasn't used for that. But I did give to C&D directly, too. But anyway, they make fortunes off of all us and then they destroy us to where we can't provide, pay bills, do whatever. And yeah, we do. Some of us do, but the thing is, some of us. Now, Monster, he runs around doing dope, doing things, working under the table, otherwise, doing whatever. He has money. My ass truly is disabled. Truly. Not with that, oh my gosh, I think. Truly. But I'll trade with any of y'all. Y'all want to be disabled? I'll go to work. Do you know what I give to be back in the factory? Or anywhere? I'd give my left nut. I'd give almost anything, man. Right? Then you got those like Zig. Bitch, come on for long, do all the things. Like, I'm like, what the fuck, bro? These people that already have jobs and shit. So yeah, I mean, there are ways, but it's like, my shit, really, most of my life's not monetized anyway, so it's why the shit with them with the channel didn't, I don't really give a fuck. I may not. If I had to apply for bank, I just really don't give a shit, but at least pay down enough to pay some of the bills and shit every 2 months. Yeah. But yeah, they're really trying to just fuck us straight up right now, and that's what I was warned of, and that's what I was told would happen and what they were going for. So we're gonna be on the struggle bus while trying to keep back what we need to fly. It's either a decision right now on keeping back what we need to get free fully from box. It's full on like fucking setup shit, dude. You place shit around somewhere where I can't do the things and whatever, and either they use savings or etc. to survive the time, and then you can be like, but you didn't do whatever the X, Y. You know what I mean? It's just full fucking bullshit, dude. You know? Either way. But yeah. That's what they're doing right now. Meanwhile, you got these motherfuckers like Z pretend walking the fucking DG every night. Clearly, both are capable of working. Right? And, have a ride. They even have a ride they're hiding from y'all for the most part. Pretend to be broke so y'all pay their shit when they get these you while they're fucking seemingly shoplifting. And being paid to target and torment the rest of us. You know? Wildly enough, Mud Pie didn't either. Weird you bring those two things up. We don't have any bills. I mean, not anymore. I've cut most of them down. But then the plant, you see the plant I got around us? It stopped me from moving certain things from certain places when everything was finally fully done and people around to help me do those things and to get it from it, take away the massive bill we have every month. But then things were planted near an area where those would be put with a bunch of crackheads to where belongings wouldn't be safe there. So now I've got that one. But otherwise, I mean, and that's the thing these fuckers don't realize. You know, I've always, unlike these other assholes, I ain't here spending on fucking dope and bullshit and whatever. I mean, I might throughout all the time be like, oh, let me buy myself a fucking $5 pair or something, or something on sale for $2, or whatever. Most of it goes to little and groceries and necessities and bills and shit. I ain't out here fucking off. I ain't about that fuck off life. Fuck, there's enough stalkers on us. Y'all know we ain't up to no fuck shit. I ain't dealing no shit. I ain't doing no bad shit. Everybody in the background knows that shit. Everybody everywhere knows that shit. Where's my kid? Doing things. It goes to medical bills, medicines, necessary things, groceries, whatever. You know? And I mean, it took me a long time to realize, I was like, wait, why do these motherfuckers? They make millions off of us. Literally. And then they act like we're the ones making fortunes, bro. My shit don't pay up every 2 months. Most of my videos are not monetized. Now nothing is. And they could just really go kiss my whole ass. They do not have a right to my name. The clips are. What do you think? Like even TPing on while they're being like, oh, anti-tragedy pit on. They're still making their money and their subs and members off of all of us at the end of the day in summer, aren't they? While they proclaim they're not. Yeah, nobody knew who the fuck any of us were if it weren't for summer, right? I get that, and that it still feels funky to me. But and the weird part is though, is that my Facebook was able to monetize even before summer. It was able to be on the DV and how many views I was getting, but that's probably because summer. But either way, and that's the thing. They proclaimed that I wanted attention or I wanted money or whatever. Dude, I could open my Facebook up and it's already whatever to where I could be monetizing it, and I would make, and always would have, more money in this room I ever thought about. But I never did that, you know? And it's like, for the most part, for all these years, most of my lives have not been monetized. Um, Nothing else. Members read and really think about it, and I know y'all know it's true. Most of them, literally, are the stealthy little creators and the helpers, like I see and others who run my shit in Discords for the group. So they pay what? How much were the memberships month by? Now, not the fucking bullshit ones that I put stuff behind knowing nobody would do anything. It was just where I could fuck with people. But they're like what? $6, $5.99, something like that. That's what they paid because they always promised they'd have access to everything I was and everything I did on here or otherwise, blah, blah, and I couldn't hide from them, blah, blah. And they run it Discords and make their money in the entry fees and their Discord and YouTube memberships on all of us and my shit. And everybody else's for that matter. So most of my members, which have always stayed what? Well below 20, right, my pie, for all these years? Because it really only takes one per little sector to make sure they can record, get everything, run it to Discords, run it to whatever channels or things they have in the background to draw and take down views from mine, which I don't care about the views. I don't care about any of that. I just don't like set up bullshit. You know what I mean? You gotta think. Look at what all they've done with everything we are. You tell me, Mudpie, how are they entitled to our witness statements and everything we are and this the other and to make millions off of it? Summer matters and summer shouldn't be a cash cow to anyone, right? But if we're out here talking and the content, think about my thing. And this is where because it doesn't really feel good to my soul still, even that, summer's connected with us. And even though I started this channel to hunt these tragedy pimps down for what they were doing this summer, that reward fund, all the shit, what they done to my son and my daughter initially, what I figured out they were doing to Summer's case and so many others. I made this channel on that promise that I would hunt them to the ends of the earth and out them, and to speak about domestic violence, which was a plan of mine long before Voldemort and I ever, right? I had always spoken about DV on all of my social media. It had never been private here in the community on what he did to me. I had always, and even law enforcement know this, I got the receipts for years. I told even him, I said, if I ever get out of this fucking shit with this fucking piece of shit, man, I want to help other women and children. I want to start real things to help my real community and real women and children get up out of shit, not just trap them in a system and seemingly punish them for trying to. I want to help. I want something tangible in this area. That was my goal. And so, and that's what my channel was built on. And I would speak about summer, when, and where. However, unfortunately, it's all convoluted together, obviously. But, like, I'm not here to make a fortune. I'm here to be famous. I'm not here because of attention. But I do not find it cool that somebody can take our faces, images every day and shit all over and accuse, even beyond criminal realms, or try to get us murdered. Literally. And it's true, you can't say it's not. It's been here in public. And to blackmail us and all kinds of shit as witnesses and commit witnesses and all these crimes against us for all these years. And to stalk us, right? And all this shit to affect our real lives in the extremes they have. Make millions on us at the same time. How would you like people attempting to murder you, making mad ass money on you at the same time, and then be like, but look, she has a cash up. You know? While playing your face and everything else, then trying to database you in the background and get everything you know. So up front, they're portraying to you all that we're liars. Okay, if we're liars and all this, and we wanted all this shit, then why is it that in the background they still want things? And they're so goddamn pissed they can't get them? But the thing is, if anything's given to that group, this team, that database, whatever, where's it going to go? It's going to go to those who most likely need to hear it or know it the least. And I can tell you there are things that I know that I've never, ever, that I know for fact. There are things that I should not know for fact, but I do. And that I've never uttered to another human being on this earth in order to keep everyone else safe, and I know better than I open my mouth about. These motherfuckers want. I also know what they get up to, and when they're wound around a bunch of motherfuckers that weave, bob, seemingly try to make their stories fit one and all the shit, all the things to destroy Summer's case, and everybody around it witnesses, even Monster, he's willing to destroy his own goddamn children in their capacity as witnesses who could ride stands easily. You know? He don't care as long as it pays him enough to get dope for him and his fucking whore. Does he? And you think that's just me saying it? No. Look at the landlord. Look at others saying he could turn violent. He was acting out in court because he was used to it. Because Hawkins lets him fucking buy with it. You know, he tried that shit up here and didn't fly so much. Not with children's advocates or judges or anybody else. Right? Until Jenny and Adrian tamed him down. Everybody. But he's still off kids. He's done this. He's notorious for what the fuck he is. I don't care how he looks now. You know, there are others besides me saying the same things I'm saying. And I have no receipts. Dude ain't no good, man. And he has fed his own children out. And he has no concern for Summer's case and how it might affect it. And I'm pretty sure at the point the group he's involved in, it's sort of the plan. It always has been. They, especially when they post calls on my son, which I don't care about. Like, if y'all watch my last video, I know, and I can play the recordings for decades, how Monster and his family abused children. And I'm not. My son's my son, and I love him. I will always love him. That motherfucker, however, Anyway, thing is, he doesn't care. That's how very little he cares about Summer case. He never really has. I got him on recording. Others, like TM on her Rare Moments Truth, will tell you that even she has, and has, I'm sure, recording him screaming he didn't give a flying quote fuck about Summer Wells' usual money. Even Piper is notorious famous handler said he's just here for money. This is the first thing she said to the public. And to abuse us openly, even if it was hidden for years and he pretended and he fucked with courts and Athie did it and everybody else did it for him and the Jennies and the Adrians and Tampa courts, judges, lawsuits, all that shit, right? He was doing it to us and he still is. And so are they. And what they did helps discredit real people. And Monster doesn't think that far, he doesn't care. Do you understand? She's like the other day, do y'all, I have a question. Do y'all think that Dolly and Ryan thing was a coincidence and they were all really out? And presume. No, Monster's in there in Scotland right now because he helped with their family, remember? And he's feeding out all C&D's movements and everything around them to tragedy pimps. The other part of the same team and all the people coming and going. And he's doing all the things. He's being paid well. And Dolly and PJ were already riding through there. He seen him, family did. He called Ryan. Ryan hustled his ass down there. And then they sort of run Dolly away. Because Ryan wants all the things. There's some shit up otherwise, but I'll leave that and put a pin in it. See the eyes and ears of are not oblivious. There's some real fuck shit. I hear anything else about mail again. Oh boy. But thing is, none of them want eyes. Think about the nonsensical shit, guys, throughout all the years. Think about the way they targeted us at first. Hell, I come out, I didn't. The only way, look at the. I know that it's around here somewhere. It's been played many times from these weird narrative views. But when I mentioned Dawn in the shower with Summer, I only mentioned it not as a but as a last memories of Summer. I didn't think too much, but then I didn't realize till a long time later, once I started my YouTube channel, I didn't realize that had been said publicly. I realized Don already admitted to it himself. Went with the sticky candy story and then also the shower knob didn't work story. I didn't realize any of that. All I knew is that Candace really had been hit wink nodding in the Dr. Phil views and was like, hey, money, and all this shit. And I was like, oh, and I didn't know what to say, so I pretended like I was misunderstanding it. And I was like, well, take care of your teeth and make sure, da da da. I turned it, right, to where I didn't have to address it. I'm sure feds have that live in real time, and I know I do, so it was like, why is she trying to get me to change the truth? And why me? Hell, before then, it looked like once I found out that True had already said it. Jose eventually come on after that and said it, I believe. But Jose was half built. Adrian and Jen first ones found him. But you can't tell me that. Go back and listen to all the Jose shit that's left. That motherfucker had studied. He knew who Voldemort was and all language people. Overnight, you hear him start saying half pint like AB did. Weird shit. They were paying him extra to learn this realm. Like, if you noticed Monster lately, suddenly he knows all the things that I know damn good well he didn't know. Because Jenny and Adrian database and the rest are giving him out info to ask Fred on the interview between Fred and Andy. That was a whole text in the background to ask Fred shit they'd found out. Andy doesn't know these things. Yes, he can go around to certain neighbors and ask. And other things, right? But it's them feeding him shit. Okay, because I know he's still wrong on parts of it. But he's getting it from them and their parts and this and the other. But it's stuff. Bro, that dude wasn't even in that road. Not only on the 15th till after he finally come his stupid ass in, but on the rest of the days, I was like, hey, you took off like maybe the next day or something, but then that was spent on Velma and otherwise. For the most part, he was gone daylight till like fucking midnight. And then he'd pass the fuck out, and then he'd yell, scream, and he'd go back to work. You know what the fuck was going on in the shit and talking about that shit, some things in this there. He's being built just like the rest of it. And it's pretty gross that he's willing to do it. Or act like he even gives a fuck about it. And the weird part is, the dumb son of a bitch, I know if it was truly him or him thinking, he wouldn't be going where he's going with Ryan. And to the places where. If he had access to these things himself and knew them in real time in the first, and he had all the other little things, and he'd actually talked to me or others or been present, he wouldn't be doing the things he's doing with Ryan and Sarah, because I can tell you that. Yeah, no, I'm not going to. Because then that'll put all the fuck sticks in places and realms they don't need to be. There's a reason I don't meet with nice tragedy pimps. So I will tell you, recently I have agreed to meet with the first one really ever, other than McDonough, though that fell through. Because McDonough acted shady as hell, and I know he was lying to me. I don't like being lied to. I don't like being done fuck stick or parlor tricks on either. Or some green ass telephone number shit either. It gives me vibes. I don't want being lied to. I'll ask that people be real with me. Ain't no need to play fucking bullshit games with me. You know what I mean? There's ain't. Not that type of bitch. Yeah. I'm like the type that's like, don't wear sunglasses near me and just be 100 mean. I can understand jobs and certain things and whatever and certain boundaries and red tape and things like that, but you ain't gotta be playing no Starsky and Hutch and fucking Hawaii 5 or any of that horse shit with me. Don't do it. Especially when I know better, played better, and was raised near far better. My whole life. Whole life. I can tell real from shit. Don't play shit games with me. Um, and it's like if man, I have searched for so long. I'm here thinking, there's somebody to help Summer. And I feel bad that we're all double-edged swords of the others. They're meant to be. They want to be. And they'll do anything for a buck. I ain't gonna sell my soul off for a buck. I've lost no shit everything. Almost. Given up almost everything. To be able to pursue the truth and to hunt these tragedy pimps I've done it from the beginning. It's been very detrimental. And I may lose even further, and that's fine. But searching for the truth and her is worth it to me. But I've sought out for some years my real. hear even that really meant it, that would really help. You have more access to more land than Monster and any of the rest of them down through the creek that summer might actually be anywhere near than these motherfuckers have ever had. And I could get access to so much more, but there's nobody really. And I can't trust anyone to go on it, to go near it, sign permissions, with others that are more than willing, but can't find anybody real. And it won't be like some potato shit or planted shit or, oh, we're summer shoe and pillow shit. Mike Candace after Amy Tate Dylan Rose dropping shit off by a motel in the creek. Can't trust nobody. You know. You're talking more acreage than even the original. Fucking searches covered in there is a good possibility. Summer may have crossed some of these areas. But the thing is, always let Ellie know any ideas I have. I'll let others close to the case know, so they can let feds or others know, and will not, other things. Whenever I'm burning fires and bezels, that way, real searches can be directed to real places. I think I'm somebody that has been behind Candace and on me times, knowing how they drive when they're in panic states, drug states, certain vehicles. I know timelines, I know traffic times, I know times of the evening, what travel was, this year I know. And if Pruitt's right and she's close, or Dan Armstrong's right and players involved, I know in abundance and how they drive and neighbors, community members, this and the other. I can recreate here and in real time and know what distances and time traveled and areas and how people's behaviors and personalities speak enough to know where she might be. But I personally cannot go search. Because can you imagine being a neighbor of that? And I don't want to be. I'd die. I don't know how I did it the first days. Honestly, I know I played. There are videos I hear of Monster and all whatever, but his gut couldn't stand it, and I knew that it had to be me. And I was on vid with Ellie and others, and I was like, man, I'm gonna go check out I didn't even realize this is a fucking holiday, dude. There are other times I searched and play, but I was like, I let feds or Ellie know first and where I was headed. Told them I wouldn't touch anything. I'd video or tape every moment leading up to getting to the location and while at. And I wouldn't touch a goddamn thing, wouldn't step a blade on grass, nothing else. But if I thought something was there, I'd let them know that way. Save them time, man. This so many times. I don't know how I did it then. It was just autopilot. But God, it was stomach churning. But I know now if the worst has happened and she's out there, I don't want to be the one. And I know it's smart not to be the one. Because even having good guesstimates as the neighbor otherwise and all these things that my brain put together, that's going to make you look a certain way. But I also don't need tragedy pimps or those known or to be brought into court and doubt created around them. Going, oh, but look at the bullhorns, those types, and even just be for you, they're not. I did find this guy, though, right? But unfortunately, he is super obsessed with other types of cases, and I'm sure I've probably had eyes in her in the room. It's not one I've ever really been around before. Like, dude, this guy had some really good stuff, even though I had to do with the other cases. So I was trying to figure out some of the stuff he has and how it can help me figure out certain ranges and certain things, and the truth of certain things. But the other night, my brain was just burning out. I was like, God, and it was hard keeping up. So I need to go back and study what he was putting out. But it was really good. He was really good at teaching it and doing it. And he really is a smart guy. Although, I think he might be a little conspiracy-ish. But what he was teaching is real shit. Based on real science and real technique. And the real shit was there. So, but unfortunately, he's one of those weirdos that's super smart, but then he goes super dumb with the white purple shit. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, have y'all ever noticed the better places won't even go into one of the bigger and better places and mention Summer's name? They won't even touch it or share her name or her picture. You know why? Because of this group. So what good is it if only stays in this shit place? But the bigger creators aren't any better, but some are. But I've noticed some of the bigger ones did pick her up around, I don't know, near her birthday, and certain shit was shaking with the teams. And then again, about a month ago, certain shakings around the documentary. Let's find one weird that one of those is next star related. At least offered out. But they've got all the shit fucking wrong. Even the basics. That really irritates me. And I mean wrong, not in a way like, I mean, you know what I mean? Just, it's weird who I see picking up everything after this many years who had never touched it before. But a great deal many large ones that do try to actually do right in cases, they won't touch someone. I never would. Because of how C&D and others acted, and they know the criminal shit this group gets up to. And if you notice, the big boys way up at top that aren't necessarily like tragedy pimp types, but they do true crime, they will not touch Summer's case. They will not touch any case this group with Molly, JLR, TN, BK, Doug's, the Sages, the fucking Ziggies, all of them have ever touched. And it's because they know how criminal and fucked up this group is and how likely they are to get criminally or civilly charged or anything happening to them. And what this group's really about. Pay attention, folks. I have for years. You know? It's just like, I'm just... It's been years, man. Years. And then it's like what I've been talking about, the greatest portion of this with Fred and C&D and somewhere and whatever, and some bits there. And I really wish that I could give you all the pieces and stand here and be creator enough to add in all the receipts that I hold in between. It would make these things, and it would show you that there's a fire puzzle there. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean that it worked. But damn, I know what's in my head, and I know how to puzzle goes, but I can't give you all the pieces because it's not smart to. But it's one of those that fits perfectly. Everything locks in. That doesn't mean it's right, though. Doesn't mean it's accurate. Doesn't mean it's what happened, because I'll tell you myself that I have fucking 20 other of those that fit in it perfectly. Everything makes sense, you know? And, different receipts and different things and different culprits or PIs, whatever, right? I have all those, but the thing is that I have to keep reminding myself basics. Occam's razor. Simple. It's gonna be quick. My problem is my heart during some of these puzzles and fires. It's like, man, if something was known and say like that call wasn't all it was cracked up to be, and I know it wasn't. I know there's no truth to the Andy thing, all that shit in it. Somebody's told Hunter to do certain things or to say certain things, or they falsely said them in front of him for the reasons, or he misinterpreted things. I don't want to think that something was already wrong with Summer in or around him. I made him whatever when he shouldn't have been. It was adults in charge of, and two monsters like C and D who used him and put him in a predicament that he didn't even know. I don't want to think that, but I know they are capable of that shit. You know? But also when you get down to the "it's done" text, and it's like, man, but then you know that C headed right towards him after she was told not to. But then he offers that, but that doesn't mean he didn't buy whatever was being sold to him either. Or maybe told to do that as a tool. I don't know what it is, but I just know from the beginning, even when bleeps were still in place, that it was Monster mentioned. I know it shouldn't have been. You know what I mean? It made no goddamn sense. So, but then when you get down to it and you know that people like Prayer Garden and others and Squalls and shit are involved in deals and all this other bullshit, people from the beginning and they're doing fuck shit. You know, in the first couple days, there's scripts being written. There's a controlled thing to the mud jello bullshit. You know, the first night, wrong pictures, wrong beds, all this other shit are being put out on purpose. Which is not normal if your child's missing. You know, it's just not. No. No. But you think, well, it's those two fuck sticks. You almost like at first go, well, it's because they're afraid. Well, it's because they're such terrible people that are afraid. And well, this and you give too much fucking leeway to monsters. And I always and part of that, the reason I'm bad for that, and maybe was then is because of what I was going through, and because well, when even though you fight your whole life not to think about it and to know better, you're still very vulnerable to that, well, but around monsters. You know what I mean? And you give them too much grace for they deserve it. And your mind has you know, so. But then also, nobody on this earth wants to think they're around anyone that's capable of doing any harm to or covering up anything or anything like that either, you know? But also, you don't want to well, they're fucked up and to the cat either, and make people already look guilty enough looking good, and then some fuck sticks that even you don't trust and are doing weird shit to be like, huh? Fucking straight cocaine cowboy shit to having a reason that it's like, you know, it's. I wish somebody could wear shoes and be in there in real time. That day and all the others, maybe they'd understand. You know? It's like understanding even in real time. In the real moments. First days, First hours, first days that you're contaminated by people who should not be contaminating you. You should have training not to do that. And also, instead of just taking things you say, they do weird, fucked up shit. And it sometimes seems like intimidating shit. Or what you take as maybe hint, wink, knowledge that you're not supposed to talk about shit. And you don't know what the fuck to do. And then all other things play out, and monster is fat, the court shit. It just makes it worse and worse and worse. And then eventually it all, not just with us per se, but many others in the area, they're like, the fuck? You know? And then everybody starts distancing, everybody starts giving side eyes. You got C&D playing games, you got tragedy beams in there. Then you got everybody watching everybody else's lives being fucking annihilated because of C&D and tragedy pimps and Fred and Lauren tragedy pimps and goddamn all of us being hunted and blackmailed, families blackmailed, king families blackmailed and shit, and being places they don't be, just putting out shit just to keep them and theirs safe from basic shit that ain't no thing. But now it's bound around Summers everything. Yeah, I tell you, that shit's far better than a missing kid. Fuck it, you know, on a scale, Summer's missing, and I don't give a fuck about anybody's dope shit. You feel me? Then you got motherfuckers in this team that's head at being weird as shit, directing, targeting everybody else, who are weird ass fucking freaks. Freaks. And if you know the person with each, you know. That new Summer, before she vanished, very close proximity to the day she vanished. Weird shit. Now one of the head targeters with this group and with C&D of all the witnesses and everybody else around, and the last name links to a whole bunch of shit. That's Phil on it for me, man. As does Linda. There's certain things like slamming of doors, flashes up a driveway, all kinds of things, you know. Slams the doors near spots where things can happen. Hmm? Hmm? Flashes. Flashes definitely made by vehicles that were very familiar with that driveway. Dear public, no car that was heard or seen with my eyes or ears on the 15th went up that driveway that were not already familiar with it. Are we clear? The weird ass flash, they knew that driveway. They knew it. We're not familiar with it. They've been there before. They didn't continue the whole circuit. But they knew it. They knew it. And I know that because of my goddamn unfounded ass ears and my eyeballs. What if there was a 2-for-1 hedging, right? You call one to help, they're already on the way, but somebody else started taking care of. Hey, Mud Pie, what kind of things happens while you're doing CPR? Maybe or somebody else's. I mean, there's not much evidence there, right? But there could be some throw up, things like that, right? A little something you might need to wash away with jugs of water. But what if you had your bets that you call two people you know you can trust? Or certain people make their way around hills and paths too. Certain people further down all things. Somebody drives out. Other people's clothing, all things. You know, what if, right? But two people were being obtained at the same time. It's maybe why certain things are very close to the other thing. What if that scream was actually say? Because I'll tell you, I don't think it was Candace or Candace Sr., and I know it wasn't the boys. Now, I don't know what the reason is behind it, but there are those. It would have had to been a daintier, smaller human being with less chest capacity, not a very hoarse voice. There are only so many females in and around. And even then, because see, and I'm gonna try to watch what I say very carefully so this place does not get the location or an idea of certain decibels this year. I mean, you look at this. I don't know, man. There's possibly a couple females. Could have been. And I tell you, my ass wasn't one of them. Nobody else would have been like, yeah. And it's like yeah, at one point, and I know it's locked down now, I've been given some things or told something like I was like, as an afterthought, that they had a certain other one's calls. Voice, if you will. I thought, well, shit, I was wrong about that, though. I know I didn't hear it. But wait, I know others didn't either. Hold up. But I apologized-ish in a vague way where others' ears could hear, thinking I'd been wrong. But then it occurs to me way later, there's no way I am. Unless there are things hidden from before 6, and I don't know about that. Maybe that is the case, but I think it's honestly, I think somebody needs to make sure they go over certain calls coming and going, and do very, very like NSA depth voice comparisons from videos of many people in and around the same time match vocals of that time. Because I'm pretty certain what people think they have versus what is are two different things. I think I've made that clear, though. I think there are problems. Mhm. It's like day 2, man. Like people 3, maybe. People so goddamn frustrated, they're screaming at me about the others. Not screaming at me like, fuck you, as in me, but like, fuck is going on with the rest of this goddamn neighborhood? I'm like, bro. It ain't that they're outsmarting motherfuckers. And either way, they'd still be doing the same shit if it had been an average Tuesday and some bullshit between Marlene and a Bobby or whoever and a fucking whatever. It'd been the same shit, just smaller scale. Doesn't mean they're fucking guilty, though. don't scream me about it. I know everybody's frustrated. Fuck, we've all been frustrated. No, man, it wasn't. That's why when they said it's the kids, Mama, and I was like, no, it's not, because I went, no, it's not. And that's actually what I said to my child. I was like, that's not the boys. Because you got to think, they're the only children on the road. Mine, and Josie, Waylon, mine, and Summer. They're the only children on the road besides grandbabies here and there. You know? And I don't think y'all understand. I know they're giving you this whole Jody's his ears cutting here, but listen to what Don says. Listen to what we say. Look at the receipts and the messages I've shown for all these years between Candace and Dawn and I and Monster. We can all clearly hear, not just on each other's heels, but we can hear on the driveways, down below, all the way up in the hollow, miles down the road. Over across the there, you can hear from everywhere in there. All the things. And it's according to how your ears train, what you know, where the sounds are coming from, how to place them, what placement you're on the properties at the time. Every day I heard those children mud pipe. Whether in the main house, outside, or in the cabin. I could hear them. I could hear Candace and Dawn. I could hear the neighbors. I could hear traffic, not just on Ben Hill, but the main road, cemetery, miles down. I could hear Fred's shit. I'm not sure Fred's aware of this, but I'm sure he is as much as he snoops around everybody else's shit. And I think he is, because of the shit he said here. I know he is. But at certain places, not very far from where I sat that last 609, otherwise on our property, you can hear Fred and Laura and all his company speaking just fine. Plain as day and night, Freddy boy. Well, ain't you know, other neighbors about the shit up there on top of that one hill, and we're playing the karaoke, Freddy boy, but then they couldn't finish the building because of grading and all that shit. Remember that? Yeah, their shit too. Plain as day. Most of the others, you know? Not because you goddamn grab it, because you play strong on the wrong goddamn property. It's just the way it works. You know? And y'all think, you say, well, you don't live there, XYZ, but the thing is, I was familiar with Ben Hill before Monster and I were even together. Then I was familiar with Ben Hill for almost 30 years. And then also lived on it in different spurts, but then also last permanently for so many years. You know? So most of my life I've been familiar with Ben Hill. You know? And because I had other people I knew that lived in the way back before I knew Monster. One of my best friends through school, other friends my family had in the very back of Holland, or his memo, all the shit. There were others bought and lived on, and now it's somebody else's that you all know online. But I was very familiar with Ben Hill. Way before I even started hanging out with Monster. And then being familiar with it in that way. And then I lived on it different time periods throughout and up there. And then we moved there permanently at a certain point. You know? So, I'm very familiar with the area. The sounds, the way I travel, hit my ears. My ears are different than the children's ears. And let's be real, children are like, oh, I heard sound. But, even mine is outdoor wilderness swearing up. Yeah, look, I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not going to say another word. Because there are things I know about that even my children don't know. And I know it sounds weird. One day maybe I can explain that in public once this goes to court and somebody's in jail. Okay, but for now I have to keep my mouth shut on. And also to protect that information from certain children of mine so they are not aware of it so they cannot fade out in monster groups. Do you understand? Even though this group thinks because monsters got claws in and therefore they know where certain placement was, or because of teams and testing and all the shit that they know, let me make it clear they do not. Nor does anyone necessarily around C&D. And that's what I'm going to say about it. That's all I'm going to say about it. Shit, oh mud pie. They've always called me a mayor, bro. I ain't the mayor. I talk to the real mayors of Beach Creek, because trust me, there are some. And they get a laugh. I get a laugh. I am mayor of Beach Creek. The real mayors know it. I know it. I'm like, bitch, they wish they knew the mayors of Beach Creek, right? Sad part is some of these tragedy pimps and acquisition experts, mm, they've tried to acquire some of these mayors, and they don't realize what they've gotten in touch with, and the mayors are fucking them all up, bro. And they're watching them, and they might be whatever y'all think people from the country are, somewhere from like Beach Creek, but I ain't them. And they're hunting you as much as you think you're hunting them, but also you think you found these little, and they fucking you all up sideways, and they always have been. And then some of us trade all y'all fuck it like around go fish. Like, hey, you got this one here? I'm like, yeah, wait. That voice that you're listening to by that name is the one that's over here in my shit is this name. God damn. You know? I don't think y'all understand quite yet what's happening. Nor have you ever been. You always called me the mayor. Like, man, I ain't the mayor of nothing. I should appreciate people fucking with that community or anybody around anything around these open and active cases either. You know? But yeah, unbeknownst to y'all, there's been some y'all thinking nobody's in touch with the actual mayors. We all laugh at you daily. It's pretty funny. And then all those through the creek that share info. And I'm like, hey, does this voice clip match your voice clip? What name you got for this motherfucker fucking around? Wait, where did you see that one? You know? So it's been a whole other reason. We end up really watching it. We had to download, some of this, and I do, but not just that, but because there are real hearts out here that are really like, look, I'll do the shit, and then I'll send you the things, whatever, without, all the bullshit. So, you know. Hello, baby, honey. What are you doing, my spongy potato? What are you doing, my spongy potato? No, bless it. We got no Jose and no cupcake show. Do you want about a cupcake? I got other cupcakes. Oh, bless it. He's like, I only had Cuban sandwiches. Y'all, I looked for the first time in weeks in my health for review comments. No shit, there's some fucking dumb cunt back there from Lipbox right over a terror of the baby Ernie at this size could have smothered to death. Man, Mom didn't mean to wear the ear cat. He could have smothered. No, he couldn't, you dumbass. Anyway, look at my squanchy potato, guys. I love the second fella so much. He's so large, I don't understand. He has the tiniest little short, stubby legs. He does, but he's so fat. And my kids tell me that I'm spoiling him fucking rotten. And he only takes 2 Cuban sandwiches and a bunch of shit. And poor Ernie, he got a whole one and he couldn't eat it. I was like, no, but it was like one of them, like, Jewish grandmothers. It's like, no, but you eat. Ernie's like, please, no more bites. And I was like, no, you look frail. The kids might be right. My cat might be. Look at him. He's such a gorgeous little ball of fat. I love him so much. Look at him. Oh. Look at the face and the little feet. And look. Gosh, I abuse him so terribly, don't I? You give sugars. Look, I'm getting the sugars. Yeah. Look at me, still asleep. I don't know, I terribly abuse this cat, you guys. Or the other two sleeping beside of me contently right now that also got cute. I'm fucking super allergic to them these days, and it's sad, but yeah, I just put myself through that because I just want to abuse it. I'm smothered death. My Scentsy mounts that aren't even hot enough to fucking melt away. Big ass Ernie's fat ass here was sure in danger of smothering. Oh, the fucking propaganda in there, bro. I know it's going to be until the night. Until the night. Look at Eric's brothers and sheep. It's right here. You want to cuddle, Mama? Look at him. Look at that little face. Oh, I know, sweetie. Anyway, you guys. Yeah. God damn. I just abused the shit out of that cat. You see it? It just, like, straight fucking to the moon and back. Alice, that motherfucker. Look, he's coming back. Oh, God, Ernie, don't go towards the wax. Anyway. Yeah. God, I love him. I feel like I'm gonna make him so fat in his genetics and everything else that I'm gonna develop my little skateboard. His little legs are so stubby, and he's like not really growing in length, but he's growing in width. And oh God, he's so mad at me. I couldn't get to Walmart to get his favorite, his Little Temptations. So I ended up the local one here because I didn't have much time because of stalking and how I felt and everything the last couple days. So I got him Yumix. This motherfucker's so pissed off at me, he only can't see straight. Which is why right now he's getting a bunch of turkey, Cuban sandwiches, temptation treats, and, what? He's using it against me. And Yumix has the tender center. I don't know the fuck. He's like, bitch, this is not my temptation. How dare you? He's all mad about it. He's making me feel types of ways. Oh, cats are a little narcissist. It's the only ones I'm gonna tolerate them. Red flags. I love them. I love them. sure make you feel bad about all the things. Like, bitch, this ain't good, man. You know what I was telling about one of the kids the other day? Because it's like, man, Arnie acted so weird when I got that lavender. Like, Mama, lavender's poison. So I was like, then why the fuck would they put that in the cat litter? Like, fuck, I don't know. I was like, who did that? No wonder my cat was acting higher than hell. So I've been meaning to look that up. But yeah, I stopped using it anyway because I was acting more funky. A little too comfy and relaxed after a bathroom trip. Very right. Oh my gosh. Don't, don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Oh, I've got it. Like all this hospital. Yes, okay. Most has been used on the bottom shoes before I come in. That way they're rinsed off on many days. But yeah. I don't ever put this thing as full. And this is where it's at after like 6 months. Okay. Anyway, as you can see, all I have to do is make the gaspy sound when I hit spray. He's like, and I hate do it to him, but he's built like his mama. Like out of a red light, you know, but yeah, he knows. But anyway, but wait, 5 minutes, and he has the worst short-term memory loss in the world, even worse than most imaginary one. And or fuck you, I'll do as a police thing. Even he goes right back at doing whatever he fucking want. Eventually, just leave him. But yeah, because then I just have to clean up fucking more too. But yeah. It was up like 6 months ago. Most of it I use in the bottom of my shoes before I come in on muddy days or anything like that. And all I have to do is that, you know, like you do your toddlers or kids, you're like, oh! And he's like, ah! Okay, it might be a cat lady. That is my baby, y'all. That's my baby. Okay. And we may actually get off here and eat some more Cuban sandwiches. If Ernie can take any more. I don't know. What are you doing over, baby Arnie? I know, I don't wake it up from his nap. I'm sorry. Anyway, y'all. I know after as many years it gets tiresome and it seems like rinse repeat. And it is to a certain degree. Even when I say we call these tragedy pimps out hell every day, it seems like, holy shit, Jody, so could you mention it one more time? And I hate for those of you who've been with us for all these years, and by us being my kids and I, stood by us, and, you know, for at least the pursuit of truth, light, answers, and fighting against tragedy pimps for all the right reasons. Those of you have been there for that. I know it gets monotonous. I know it's like, holy shit, I'm turning her off. And that's fine, and I can understand that. But for those who come and go and pass through, and it's been so many years, you know, and they don't, and I do have to keep that in mind that a lot of people don't understand, or people have left certain creators, or some are afraid, you know, all the things, right? And so it has to be that way. And I wish, even though they bitch about the length of my streams this year, which is something they've always counted on to be a thing to where people wouldn't watch, and they only watch clips or sections, or, you know, whatever they put out about us instead. Which is fine, because those who never wanted to hear a full thing don't have the attention span, the comrades go, I don't want them here anyway. Right? If you're concerned with a missing child, or the case, or people around it, you can only take the concern or time and the ability to study, listen, this, and other to clips, or people make stupid dance videos, or you think that some anti-tragedy channel stand there for 30 minutes. Like, say, making Ziggy look like she's doing a stupid dance and hitting at her food is worth joining the membership for. And it's somehow up in summer or tear Ziggy net. Be my guest, okay? It's not. It's, yeah, that's all you. That you do that round. But for me, I have to mention things repetitiously, though I don't necessarily want to. And every day I wish I could say all the things in my soul, heart, my brain. I wish I could give all the fucking things, but I can't. But I do have to keep repeating. And though every day these long streams, I still, at this point, after almost all this time, like years, we didn't come on till when I didn't get my YouTube till what? Was it March? February, March 22? Maybe? Maybe April? Either way. But at least since the end of 21, almost public. Um, it's hard to try to keep others informed and what names and who's involved and all this, and talk to you all as, like, for me, the others are creators, okay? They can be like, hi, Mudpie, hi, Di, hi, this. Oh my gosh, I hope this is great for you, la. And then greet all the thing, like, spend more time on that. And then doing the thing and all the bullshit that's actually in a way of con, you know, the room stuff, and be more worried about all things, but, you know, and they can spend 30, 45 minutes, an hour right? And then they'd be like, but she does 12-hour live streams. And man, I could make them 48 each one I did easily. Because for me, there's information lacking, right? So each time I have to, sort of mention, hey, these are the major things that have occurred, been done to, and by tragedy events. These are things, names associated that others who come by and watch could then go look up, figure out the pieces to, be like, holy shit, right? Come to their own conclusions. I know that the ones here who have been here for this many years that it's monotonous to you. Old as fuck. You're like, holy shit, here she goes again. I do understand that even my son, like, goddamn, had to mention more up. But it's for a reason. I wish, for me, everything from day one till now is a continual, say it's a book, right? Not written or scripted or anything. I'm just saying. I don't do content like they do, right? Because I'm a me, they're them. And if you realize they're nobodies, they're nothings, they didn't live around, don't know shit, don't whatever. They're not one of us in and around this community, okay? So, what they do though, is they go around all of us of this community and who know someone, and they pick apart whatever, and they can really only do an hour or two live on it. They could do that every day for 3.5 years, but they're hitting on the same shit, right? All of us, we can talk about real shit for years on end. The reason we can do 12-hour live streams is because we're real to the situation. We know real info, real shit, real this. We know the real tragedy of shit. We're trying to figure out the answers, the this, that, and the other, everything. So we don't have to manufacture makeup, and we don't have to watch tragedy pimps or anyone else for content. All we have to do is talk about our lives. The things we know, our realities, lives around one another. And that is real. But it's what all your content creators get their shit off of it, and they can make an hour long live of it. Most of it is spent doing all the con familiarity tricks and bullshit, and throwing out wrenches and doing whatever, and the line shitting on one or the other was most likely while hashtagging somewhere in it. They don't have to worry about going back through all the things, because God forbid they ever. You ever seen any of them go back to their own content, really? Man, if even one of them visited their own life from the one they did before, they'd be caught in their own lies. Why they call everybody else liars, bro? You know? God, have y'all ever seen PG? Like, I could go back and play one of my 12-hour long lives and be cool. You know what I mean? You ever seen PG go back and play a whole live of her own? Like, and then talk about, like, no, you know what? Because they'd be caught up in their own shit. Or I could do two of them side by side, right? Same time, be like, here you go. PG plays two of her own side by side or one after the people are like, what the fuck? But she just said, but wait, hold up. Meanwhile, in both those lives, they're going to be calling everybody around everything a liar. They don't, there's no consistency. They just do whatever from whatever clip, researchers, mods, subs, hand them clips over. They can make a clip into an hour or two. They go in, they tell everybody hi, breathe the sense of familiarity, throw out a wrench, do whatever. They're not worried about staying consistent, especially the hype. They don't want that because the more bullshit, jello, and mud out there, less eyes are on people who don't want them on. More the team pays. Then on top of that, you also have the tragedy pimp reasons. And those include the fucking up of every case they ever touch on purpose, and scripting and writing and assuming everything around every case as soon as insertion happens to destroy it and to keep it going for as long as possible so they can make millions. plus and get clout and fame and documentaries and all shit that doesn't matter. None of it matters as much as you missing a murder, but they always like hashtag insert name here, most likely spelled wrong, and then where blah blah blah, and and then they do everything but real research, real this, real that. And like I was saying earlier, when is the last time? Think about it. When's the last time you've seen any of these creators, and I mean that picking him, put up shit on the screen actually done without hive insertion, narrative, shit to go by, scripting, did their fact checking on it and put all the little things together, news, video, audio on it, and tried to figure out something. Now I know at first, especially within the first year, they were trying to look legit, Emma, crime stories, whole nine. It's how you build each case. They want to look super legit at first, like they're doing the super detective work, right? With 3 articles and a fucking donut or something. It builds how much people trust them, and then after that, all it is full-on shit show and drama, right? And narratives and whatever else. Now, most time, most cases, they don't get that much time. But they're learning how to fuck with courts, law enforcement, feds, everything else, insert searchers. They take out real searchers, they take out real LE, real advocates, they implant their shit in place, they get in the ears of those in and around cases, they do all the fucked up shit. They are taking them over, so it's like fucking full-on body snatcher style. And they are learning the longer they can keep any of these cases going, even if they're not in contact with those most likely be responsible, which is real helpful to both parties if they are. Leilani and all them, and others. And maybe here in Summers. Then it will really pay, right? And so that's the name of the game now. And you can watch them and the progression of it through the years, right? First, they just knew they could, like, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, make a quick buck on however long lived the case was, like, put a few conspiracy theories, sure, whatever. But as the years went by, like most cons, criminals, etc., they've learned new techniques, new scripts, new how-tos, as tech's evolved, this year they've learned they can also almost get away with anything they think, which goes right down to goddamn tampering, things they think law enforcement can't keep up with because of tech, communications, iPhones, Linux, blah, 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 whatever programs, backdoor this, server that, Xbox this, blah, blah, Discord that, 900 degrees of communications, plus meeting in person at the vigils and other things, and money exchanging and drugs crossing fucking the world and all the shit they're doing, okay? They think law enforcement around the world can't keep up with. And I tell them, wrong answer. Anyway, but like most criminals, they're learning, you know, go back, watch, it ain't hard to figure out. But yeah, that's the name of the game now, destruction. And helping those if they want to touch base with them, play with them, that are most likely to me. Sure, they'll do it together. But that's the name of the game, regardless. Destroy the fucking case, fuck it up. Take out the real for the fake, the tragedy affiliated. It's like, people bitch about me filming some type of way about searchers and tragedy pimps and that shit. Bro, once you see an Olivia and Bullhorn and all this shit they've done, you see a Benny and a Brad, and you see the Amy's and the Amy Tates and all them, and see people trying to set people up and do shit, and And all these cases, man. Weird fuck shit. You know how dirty this shit is. Right? And then you see, even after people are arrested, how much they're able to tamper with justice, the system, get cases overturned, also have access to courtrooms and let them and do stupid shit like Doug and them did that day for, I'm sure somehow there was, somewhere with the light chick shit. You know, man. And it's like that shit. Did anybody ever believe for a minute this group didn't know who or what he was? Man, they can Google all of us in seconds of Summer's Amber Alert not being released and everything. And no neighbors. You tell me nobody once Googled Jared? Bullshit. They knew his past. They kept him hidden to insert him in everything else and to help him in and build him up and then build off of him and circle around him because it's symbiotic. They all make money if they can do it. Same way as certain sectors, I don't know, certain search groups involved in Summers with that Goodwill tiered system. Buddy, tell you what. Either way, it's like the same. Look what they did with like Cam and them, man. All of us were calling Cam out from day one. We knew locally he was in there partying. Even the first messages I got from C were implying they were partying on 110. I was like, from summer. I knew far before that. I knew here locally he was not at red light. Oh shit. I knew. Anybody who's ever seen one of them motherfuckers knows. When you know one, you know, like, this whole world's like, Jesus, okay. And they all hid it. Even the creators admit it. Even media, they hidden him for years. We were all eating alive for calling him out, though. They did that for a reason, and they knew Cam was getting bad. They didn't care about him, his family, or anything. Or the other creators. Mind you, they're here amongst you. And they knew at a certain point they could use it against Cam, and I'd set them up. And by God, they did. They kept it hidden until, and the aiding by the attack were said or called out until, including us. Alright? The world called us liars, but we're liars. And, it's the shit they do. They know who and what these people are that are around and with this group. More than they do even as they Google instantly as soon as they get an Amber Alert. They hide it from you on subs, the world. Knowing it's like every time they went to Cam and everything else, you know it was going up so displaced, man. That was harming his family, his children, the environment, all this shit. They didn't care. If they kept it hidden and the numbers he was getting, kept getting everything done. Plus, he had contact with C&D and a direct line, and it was worth keeping. That's what mattered to them more than Cam, Allie, their children, these advocates, right? And they knew they were feeding that addiction. They knew you all were helping it. And they kept it hidden and kept eating, terrorizing, and beating the shit down at any of us who called it out. Right? And they knew it was getting worse and worse and worse. And they didn't care. Till it was time to set him up. Now that motherfucker wants to come back online and be trying to set up other motherfuckers again. And to try to fucking just sling shit at other people who are innocent or anything. Because, well, why not, right? It's holidays. Also, they need gas money to their clinics now. And I guess bee grafting money. And bees are vicious, bro. And people are falling for it again. Meanwhile, the worst thing, I'm so sick of it, man. This is what they do. These are the types of people they know are their buddies. They're full of tragedy pimps. They're search groups. They're boots on the ground motherfuckers or insertions. And they hide it from you, almost public and otherwise, you know? They'll all be like, oh, Jesus and God, and hashtag Harmony, Dylan, Summer, Petito, whatever. This line, look at Don, he's this, he's that, got a record. Meanwhile, you got those like Cam who have a longer record than Don ever dreamt about. You know, most of these tragedy pimps got longer records than any of us have ever thought about. They're obviously are fucked up to death. They're doing weird shit. They're, you know, up to fuck shit the whole time, all these years. You don't trust. And there's so much evidence of it, man. So much proof of it. Meanwhile, they just spin narratives. Nobody's right. Actually, think about it. Every case, no matter who's, what it is, you know, they do the same shit. They always find somebody or several somebody's to blame. Notice there's usually a witness or someone close to family they do that to, too. A neighbor, etc. They're always called out by law enforcement. Um, Everybody's like, no, the poor creators and those locals and feds and law enforcement each case are lying about the poor tragedy pimps. They're just trying to help. Yeah, and it's ludicrous to me that they are really the nobodies. They are the inserters. That's why they can only give you an hour or two. And then go, but why's that bitch doing a 12-hour live stream? Bro, I could do a 38-hour live stream. Easy. It's just our lives, real shit, and who we really are. I don't need content. You know, hopefully so, man. We'll see. You know, but they spend most of their lives, every one of them. And I mean their lives, like, here on YouTube and whatever streaming service platform, you know, they do. Which is, you know, stuff sort of, all that simply because I fucked up shit somewhere with a link. I was like, ah, fuck it, I'm just gonna start using YouTube again. Fuck going through all the bullshit. Right? Plus, they were back here doing fuck shit in the studio, and I was sick of it, right? And they kept fucking with every time I'd log in to do my shit. I was like, oh, damn. And like, I ain't hacked it enough, have time controlling shit on my YouTube, keyloggers everywhere. I just, gets old, so I'm like, fucking, I'm old to get off the lawn, you know? But also making sure it's, but they do that shit too because and make sure to stay on streaming services because, by the way, in case you're unaware, if you're on a streaming service instead of straight YouTube, it sort of circumvents some of YouTube's terms of service. Right? That's why a lot of them want those services and what. Man, most. Oh, I just. But anyway, pay attention. Start counting. Start looking at each one of them every day. Have Summer's name or inevitably one of ours around her hashtag in there. They might talk about Summer for 3 seconds. The rest of it is shitting all over somebody around the cave and whatever. Inevitably stupid shit about looks or dope or some crazy shit that ain't even. It's a lie. It's narratives. Whatever goddamn garbage they want to spew out their face hole. You know, something to get false calls in, inundate law enforcement with bullshit, make you all more, you know, likely to come back to it. I mean, it's all kinds of manipulation and fuckery, dude. But pay attention every day. How many are actually working anything, looking for answers, trying to put things together to help her case, or otherwise? Tell me eating or tearing down one of us in a drama fashion, screaming that one of us is guilty, or one of us has done this, or oh my god, you see your gate man's minute. They helping Summer? Is it helping our case? Is it helping me an advocate for anyone ever? Helping find the answers? Fuck no, it ain't. And then they click off after an hour. They're gonna pay whatever, and hey, fuck you. And then the next live they come on, contradicts the ones before. They hit up something else, put half and half times. Hashtag Summer's name, one of ours. They ain't doing no real shit. And then if you have them every time play their video prior, they would contradict the fuck out of themselves. People like, okay, every time I'm like, yes. Yes, dear tragedy pimp. That's right. Yesterday, Fred was good. Today, so and so's good. Oh, but wait, Andy's on the road. Oh, but Jody Sue did this to that. Oh my God, her cat's taken away. Oh my God, didn't it mean she killed someone? Yeah, no shit. Every day it's that shit. Before I was even public. So, what's that tell you? I mean, seriously. How long have they been going at this fucking Andy in the car thing? Well over a year now. Swear to God, I have the dates for. There's a live down here that it has. It was a thumbnail ripped up from one of their tragedy whores that have tried to murder me. And it's Fred and Magnifying or whatever, but I was like, bro, is this dude really starting on Andy's on the road? So I made sure to put out the proof once again. Andy wasn't. I didn't give the exact reason as far as like the cams and everything, because that ain't in nobody's business. Never should have been. You want to help Summer's case, the location of those cameras or any cameras those two dipshits know should have never been given. Right? And these tragedy pimps shouldn't have wanted out in public. But they did because it's content. Meanwhile, common sense tells you giving out those locations could let a perpetrators know things they don't need to know. Detriment. None of them give a fuck. And then when I mention it, they're like, fuck you, Mayor Kravitz. But it's like fucking common sense. Right? Anyway. But Monster Fred, they'll sell it off. You know, for Hordope or Ziggy Suck. It just depends. Point is, like, think about it. After the first few months, none of them ever. I mean, of course, you had like the BKTMs, all this who pretend to be the end all be all, Summer Wells, whatever, builder, trying to do those. And I seen that stupid ass goddamn timeline that BK and TM had put up at one point. I think it was cursed. I had that dumb shit. But that comes from BK and TM, I think, from way back. That shit's all fucked too, right? But I'm like, motherfucker. But, they'd try that, right? They'd put up, if you ever noticed, they would do something like that. They would. Now, the streams were all like, oh, here's the news today, and we're talking about what Coop said, or what Earhart said, or whatever, right? When I went to the way back, that's kind of what was there. What was left over, because they already erased and behind shit before he got here. And then, after I come here, and throughout the months, it became less and less, and Justin and his imaginary notebook, which I assume is where his imaginary children are, and his imaginary husband, that owns all them, he's like from elsewhere around the world, and he supposedly owned all the things here, a bunch of businesses. They were well off, and they adopted two boys. And Justin even had goddamn car seats for those imaginary children, And he's got a monkey in a state he can't legally have one. My out times have changed. Prayer Garden's noticeably very adult one son is now at 1 and 4 little when she's raising the house, can't afford his hugs. It's wild. Anyway, so I'm like, I don't even know where the fuck was I? Squirrel? Cameras. Whatever the fuck. Anyway, tragedy pimp bad. Oh, I know where I was at. So at a certain point, they became shittier, right? You'd see like the TM, the BKs, the others, PG. They put up some sort of thing they'd made, right, based on whatever the fuck they had been able to like mildly figure the fuck out. Database, Baha, shitface, Jenny popping bottles of everybody herself or PG or whoever the fuck, right? They would put that on screen, but then when they were doing that, then they'd make sure every little thing was a narrative to shit on somebody, do whatever, la 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 la. Not working through it like real minds, hearts, brains on the search for answers. It's always been some fuck shit. But anyway, even that low shit, right? When's the last time you even saw that low brand of shit done around here? It's been a long time. Name it. When's the last time you seen them actually semi try to look like they were trying? Seriously. Think about it. I'll wait. I'll wait. Most you'll see channels do now is they'll take something that's like 3 second clip or the same revisited Lost in Line or Armstrong, and then they will do like a 3 hour shit fest just gross as fuck on somebody around Summer's life. And they'll be like, see, so and so said like 20 seconds into the Amber being released, it still counts 3. And then the next day they could play the same clip and blame another whoever the fuck 3 states away in a random. You know? Meanwhile, everybody's entertained. And there's no answers for it. No real homework, no research, no. For all the goddamn researchers they ever in, you think there'd be, like, what they mean is clippers, homeworkers, whatever they can feed and jet online real quick with. That's it. You know? The days of them even attempting to look legit are long gone. And you could sort of watch it as an overnight change. Some of it was gradual, but massive flips began to take place. You'll notice it all in like, but that's part of the con. They draw you in with one phase, get you trusting them that they're really working on it. And look, this newspaper article, and we're sticking with all the facts. And then after a month or 2 or 3, they slowly start running with the bad shit, right? Next thing you know, you're watching them a year later, 2 years later, you've signed their house. Oh, you've signed your house over to have them. You know, they're blackmailing you in the background somewhere. You know, doing some fuck shit, got you involved ass deep, you know, in crimes you didn't mean to be, where you're a researcher giving them on special status, don't realize what kind of fuck shit they get you up to, and the next thing you know, you're fucking around finding out. And then eventually you watch yourselves watching goddamn high ass, trash, criminal, empire ass, wannabe motherfuckers spit out nothing but violence bullshit that's false, doesn't add up from one live stream to the next, like everybody else lives. Sus, this, that, they're criminals, blah, blah. Meanwhile, most of them are absolute addicts. Longer records than those. They say they can't stand. Look at them. Look at this one. Look at Harmony's dad. Look at that one. Oh my God, they're on drugs. Oh my God, they're high. Oh my God, they sold drugs. Oh my God, they did this. Oh my God, they had a DUI once. Oh my God, they had 4 charges. Meanwhile, them motherfuckers out here with a charge list as long as your leg, hiring shit on every panel, laughing about it. Y'all get money for it. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Right? It's insane to me. Oddly enough, I had this random thought. My pie, do you remember that character that runs around as Nightbot that I blocked from here? And I think I blocked it out on the streets too. You know what I'm talking about? By any chance? Yep, my pie, no shit. No shit. I know. I'm not talking about the auto one. I'm talking about not like Autobots, you know. Okay, bad Transformers joke. I'm actually talking about the one that goes around here as Nightbot. I know that name. Not seen very often, but enough. Randomly. You know what I'm talking about? And I remember blocking him from in other places, I'm pretty sure, on the street. It seems some of the folks over here maybe problems with that person. And you know what I discovered? They're all up J4's ass right now with the fuck shit they're doing and this weird ass shit that's happening right now with this fight that I'm not being distracted by. It's one of those names that only pops up like randomly. Almost like, you know, the names that only pop up in my room only, or those who, like, okay, like Luca, right? You mention it, it suddenly appears again after years, yeah, that type of shit. Although a lot of new names or old names are coming back, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, you don't see certain names ever for very long times, they come back up, or they only rarely are other places, which tell you they sort of run around under many names. You know what I mean? But I was just asking randomly if you knew about that night bot, remembered? If you'd seen her in any other places lately, because it looks like it's circling J4 right now. With janky hips and crew as certain fights are raging. Weird some of that hive leading back to C&D responsible for another fight. It's basically based on nonsense to try to tear down other people that make C&D real unhappy right now and their talks of certain shit, ain't it? I think my It's been a random thought on the 4 milliseconds I gave thought about tragedy pin bullshit today between real fires and puzzles for summer. Because believe it or not, I really don't spend a whole lot on tragedy pimps as much as I do summer. And I know y'all probably think after all these years of bullshit, like, damn, how much could this bitch actually be to talk to real people that really actually know me? Other than those that. It's been a weird walk for several years, man. Watching these tragedy pimps, like, insert and claw and do whatever it takes to get near the people around me that you think would know the most, Trevor, and they've failed at every level. Because it turns out people you think would actually know the most about people don't know shit about me, so they've just kind of failed in every effort. But those who do know me, or those who do get to talk to me at least on a pretty regular basis, will tell you that every day is mostly spent heavily concentrated on someone and not even this realm and all the fuckery it's trying to figure everything out. They all are probably like, this bitch has to be lying. It's been 3+ years, almost 3.5. What should you think about it, dude? You just don't know me. You have to know me in order to know. And even the people who talk to me on a regular basis still don't know because it's best they don't. And I really don't trust anyone, so therefore nobody gets all the things. But, you know, it's different. There's no turning it off, man. Yeah, I don't watch J4's ass either, quite frankly. Every time you hear me play Peace, Hers, whatever from way back, Dawn, Dudley, whatever, but knowing that fucking guy, I don't even know what the fuck that stupid cunt ass bitch is doing trying to, like, attack anyone. Like, can we all just remember that J4 had hands in summer shit, manipulated all shit with prayer on squall? We can leave you hopeless, share, etc. And that attempted fake, false, and they all knew it as they were that it was a false, misleading scam marathon to raise money under false so shit. J4 is part of that. She was a great deal of everything. Brooks name. Nobody mentions it enough. They were some of the first in and around and doing some of the worst criminal shit, fucked shit around Summer's case, tampering, manipulation, money shit, all this stuff. So I don't even know what the fuck J4 is doing right now, honestly. Yeah, but I know today I made, I don't know, seen the thing come up and I was like, well, I wonder what. But I knew there was a fight raging, right? Like, man, it's weird when this started and all the things, dates and timing. Like, weird how much the hive, going back to that, is involved and right up the asses of certain folks that were up the asses the last time they attempted to set up with certain other people as $7,000 to $10,000 amounts. Strange. It's got a feel to it, rinse and repeat. So today I clicked in on something. And I heard the first lines of like, man, you back here to where that was actually a setup, even though to the public it probably doesn't appear so. It was. And there are reasons behind it. Okay? And the same ones that has it about now are the reason for ridiculous startup of shit. Plus, you got smashed shit. And all that money in meat wrangling in play, and all the fuckery. So, it's like double time for certain things to be happening. Like, the fuck is this one talking about gumballs and calling other motherfuckers out when look what it did in fucking Summer's case the whole time. She's serious? But of course J4's serious. Of course she is. She's got the numbers to be serious. Like, fuck, bro. Shove a gumball in it. What is up with that gumball shit? Did I hear that right? Did somebody accuse Josh saying something about gumballs up his dick? Who had gumballs up their junk? I don't know. I heard something somewhere the other night, and it was just a blip as I was passing through. Burning Fires puzzles, something was playing background. I was doing a game while thinking, I was like, what the fuck did I just say about gumballs in the dick? And then I just didn't even bother to click reverse. I was like, and then, but anyway, on this piece I hear about gumballs again. Man, who gives a shit? Fuck some of these people in gumballs and carrots. Give a shit what anybody shows anywhere. You know? Point is, all you motherfuckers playing fuck shit, all of you setting each other up in between Sebastians and Summers, fucking Hives and investment teams and all the bullshit, oh my. Displease set, displease C&D, displease whatever the fuck. This is bullshit. Over. You know, for me, watching one tragedy events, try to tear down the other or set them up. And it's like, talk about rinse or repeat, but also I'm like, but wait, that tragedy event, they tried to get real people murdered. But wait, that one actually drove somebody to suicide. They really did that. But wait, that one shoved carrots up their ass last year, and this one's good. Why are they talking shit about that one airing autopsy photos when that one actually filmed it? Dead woman on the ground. But wait, that one planted evidence. What the fuck are they doing calling out that one for anything? That one didn't even untie their shoelaces when they were searching. What did they do? My God, what? You know? Like, either way, you know? It's wild. You know? Like, hold on, this math doesn't math today. But that's like every day. But I do pay attention to certain fighting because it's signs of what's shaking. And usually some of it correlates back here on what we know what's happening and certain players and team sports and all that, or what's being done to us. So some of it we had to pay attention to. You know? And then a lot of it just depends. You know, you can, like, catch certain bits of it, know what counts, what doesn't. Shit's up behind the scenes, how it correlates here, but what's offered to the public is some other bullshit. Right? They'll tell you it's because of like Petey and BK with Lawnmower or Two Christmas Chickens. But we knew that wasn't the real case. And, you know, but they mind fucked Joey. We know that other things are not what they appear. It's like right now over the dot. All these other things. Like, you know, and so you have to kind of keep up with it in that manner to see which way things are ebbing and flowing, watching them to see which characters are doing whatever, which person's under their 953rd account but types the same, or compare notes to the community and be like, you see this name and this boy, which one do you have for this week under this name, you know? So it takes a bit of work to know what the fuck's, yeah, but, you know, it's still, yeah. Either way, so you have to pay a bit of attention to some of the tragedy event fighting. But it's not something I get on. I don't want to sit there and listen to hours on fucking drama. I ain't that type of bitch. You know, I don't. It's gross when you have to hear it from our side of the fence to hear that shit of our nose. It's almost like it's not just sickening, it's like infuriating. You know? Yeah. You remember when they were giving you shit because you said your name was Mud Pie because you actually made you were you were eating mud as a child or had to survive or whatever. Remember that Mud Pie? How many years ago was that? I know that was so long ago, somewhere around the AFU period and shit, when she was really going full tilt as well. And I think before around, was it? So you're looking at very early, mid 20s, maybe. I know Mountain was still around then. Yeah, Mud Pie. Yeah. Somebody's arguing with you in other rooms. I still have the screenshots recordings of it. And here, maybe. They were starting shit with you because you said your name was because you had to eat mud pies to survive as a kid and whatever. I don't know. As I recall. Before Woohoo changed her name, Mount was still around before she started her self-fulfilling fight with herself over on TM screen. All weird shit. That's some weird shit. I expected one of those a while back, but I guess after my hints, I decided not to go that route. Those weird self fights that are started with ones of that. I just, like, yeah. They tried to again, like, I guess I decided not to go with that. Again, be very rinse and repeat. And that reminds me, the book, and I don't know if I remember Benny doing that with whatever book you sent. Oh my god, you know, they shit on Little's list, or I tried to have one like last year. This year I just put one at Boulder and shit for at least my birthday, right? And with Little's and everything. But you remember, like man, sharing them, they got coochie creams, fucking douches and shit on their list. Meanwhile, Smiley's being gross, sexualizing my child generally, is talking about food products being used to stretch minor children's private areas. And my kid really only just has like food, nails, like kid stuff, and books and education, like all the things, right? That normal insane. My lists are normal insane, bro. When I rarely do put one. Meanwhile, these bitches rolling around wanting dog collars and my Gucci smells creams. What the fuck is going on around here? Oh, yeah, you were. The thing is beautiful. And she has filled it up, by the way. I'm just saying that happened within a very short period. That thing is very beautiful. And it felt amazing, too. My boss, she'd be like, she would fill a notebook or diary, a journal up about 2.5 seconds. She ain't fucking around paper products, bro. It's like canvases and paint supplies on shit about her, dude. She can go through a fucking giant pack, like 7, 10 of the big canvases in like fucking days if she's really on a roll. And it depends on what she's on time, whether it's she's doing it through electronic stuff or it's like that's what that one pad I got somebody sent it we didn't even know about, but somebody got stolen. It's weird. Before it ever got, we didn't know it until it was too late because we had privated that thing. Didn't know anybody was still able to order off of it, so we didn't expect it. But anyway, And nobody ever come forward. That was weird. Mm-hmm. But, still my deals about stalkers and certain things. Anyway, so, but yeah, it depends on whether it's canvas, or charcoals, or paper, or inks, or oils, or whatever she's using, or electronic stuff, man. It depends on what cycle she's doing, what she's going to do at the time, right? And, because she is amazing and she can pick up anything, though, and just go at it. But, yeah, it depends. But whatever, she's on at the time, or for her advanced class, anything like that, dude, she can burn through it. And some of those I had to buy for her advanced stuff. There are times like I can buy like fucking 14 of the giant canvases and they're gone within days. It just depends. And paper, same way. You know, she does love the notebooks, papers, pens, paints, canvases. God, she's so amazing. And she has, Lord, her artwork is so amazing. And there's this one I want so badly. And I want it blown up and framed. And Lil's like, can't have it. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm your mama. She's like, okay, can't have it. I'm like, please. Yeah, ain't happening. And you know why? It's mostly because she's afraid the people that would have to, blow it up, make it into things where it could be made into, and then, framed. She's afraid they'll fuck it up. Yeah. And there are several of hers very early on. She got her ability to sort of draw back after summer vanished. Because it took a hit for a while. Um, wow, and I was afraid it would be gone forever. But once she started on it, she did this amazing drawing of a person. And oh my god, it's so beautiful. Like, it's so beautiful to make you cry. I mean, it is stunning. And I would love it blown up and made in frame. Ain't happening. Same reasons. Because the material it's on, she did it just all willy nilly like in 4 seconds. Oh, bro. Like, I think all of my family all have different artistic abilities. Some of us hold multiples. But my little, there is nothing little cannot do and has not been, like, since she was very small. Sewing, designing clothes, artwork. She can pick up any medium and go with it. She can sculpt, she can draw, she can write. I mean, it doesn't matter. Charcoal paints, oils, canvas. I mean, she is fucking amazing. And, yeah. So she got, apparently, she can do realism to fantasy to everything. Like, say my sibling is very good at realism, right? I'm more fantasy driven with my painting and my drawings and all that, And I enjoy sculpting more than all that. I enjoy more hands on. I would love welders, things like that, in order to do certain metal pieces. I mean, more labor in it. I like doing things that are useful oriented. And it's like some of the shit I've been trying to do recently, but also fighting my health to be able to do. Plus, the hurricane shit basically wiped out all the fucking fall festivals and all the shit where things could be sold for craft and arts. But mine's more like woodworking. My brother's is more hands-on woodworking, whatever. My grandfather, he could do an abundance of things. Um, a drawing right out of the gate, very smart. He was also an inventor for companies. I mean, like, it could build buildings, fix it. I mean, like, there's different talents for us. I mean, paint, crochet, sew, do all the things, cook, you name it, which is a form of art. I don't care what anybody says, cooking is art. Okay? And, it just depends. But little seems to somehow, wildly enough, be able to do any of it. Now, I'll tell you, she likes cooking, but alright, I love cooking and baking and things, but health kind of dictates what we can and can't do, but also little ones usually little gifts. So. But yes, she's absolutely amazing. Um, I'm in awe of her talents every day. Fact. But yes, she can go through the diaries, and I love writing. My hands don't allow it much anymore, but throughout my life since I was little, I've written. Right? I don't know most. It's a fun fact, but I was actually published by Iliad Press and shit when I was very young in books and things. Newspaper pretty often around here. I had teachers steal my shit out of my folders and desk on days I day of school or run off with monsters or whatever, right? Or my buddies, and otherwise they get like it would probably be something that would make the news now. Teachers stealing their shit, but I had them steal my little writings and send them off to presses and papers and like I got a free trip to NASA one time on that shit. No, I didn't go to NASA. I regret some of it. But I always wrote, you Little has the same, but I think she likes orating too. And I've got so many, like, hundreds of hours of recordings her from the time she was little to, like, not that long ago. Um, of her writing stories, where and telling stories and doing accents in them, and I'd like just quietly record so I'd have them, as memories and things. But there's some of my favorites to play. Just listening to her, and she would always she would do accents for different characters, and then inevitably all of them would end up sounding like some weird Southern Belle, Louisiana, deep South. I'm like, wait, but they're British at the beginning. Happened, you know. But yeah, so I don't know. She's amazing. And Elvis lives working with his hands and doing certain things, and his falls into different territory too, And so both very much have artistic abilities. And I love that that's outlet. There are a bunch of different outlets for them. Little part of her APs and things is art, but she was like, well, what the fuck? If I just go for an art degree, then, you know. I'm like, don't do that. We're gonna need you, like your brother, to go for multiple things at one time. Starving artist is a term for a reason. Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's funny because she follows some of my friends, and she's known them for like decades, like I have. And it's like the other day, they sold off some stuff to another Netflix show, and then something on HBO, and some movie, and they were finally able to release that it had been their work. But we knew it had been in the background. She's like, oh my god, I'm so excited for him, blah blah. And I was like, I told you all back that was you. She was like, it's a dick move. They won't let them say, So I was like, well, they have to, kid, for a while. Some forever, And She's like, see, you know, so I was like, but do you know how long it took this person or these people to get to that level? And that's not always guaranteed. She's like, what? I'm like, look, we ain't trying to, like, you know, so real degree and the one makes you figure a way to combine them. You know? Anyway, you know, I don't know. The kids are beautiful, beautiful human beings, people, talented, and I don't say it just because they're mine. I say it because it's the truth. Some days I'm like, how in the hell? You know, but they are. They are. Some amazing. But yeah, so a very long story about how I do indeed remember the leather journal. So, tree on it and all the lights. You know, it feels you. She still got it, but it is very. And same it's with her other 9,000. Uh, no, my pot. Lil and I were checking with the eldest, and I was like, did that ever fucking come out? When is it supposed to be this year? Because it was supposed to be last year. Right? Yeah, if you're talking about the one where that giant sort of guys playing the tunes, and the little girl walks up on the dock in like Louisiana or somewhere. No, it's supposed to come out. I think I was talking about this during Night Live, wasn't I? And I maybe shared the music from it again. Either way, or trying to remember the name of it. Either way, we checked. Did that shit ever come out? Because originally it was supposed to be the year Olives, and that was way before. Like, Eldest, I, and Little have been waiting on this fucking game for years, dude. Years. But Eldest and my brain won't work. We talked to him. It's like, no, no, I remember the name now. And he's like, fuck it. It's supposed to be out, I think, this coming spring or some shit. I give up, though. It does look super interesting, but I hope it's pretty good, but bro, I give up on them at this point. It'll be 6 more years. Never in my life is. I don't know what's up the last 10 years, but them acting like it takes 43 years to create a video game. Stupid. It doesn't. They need to knock it off already. Shit's bullshit. But I'll say my hands, they can't keep up along with video games anymore. And so until my health, I don't know, if it ever does, then, you know. So I did, you know, if nothing else, like a much littler, eventually. Tired of what? Garden what? Gardenscapes. Um, I don't know what the fuck that is. I feel like I've heard of it. Anyway, it's a phone game or something, isn't it? Farmville or something. Anyway, I'd say the platform or the system for that game will be Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. Hell, who knows really these days. I don't want PlayStation. I've always despised PlayStation. Didn't like, and what was that one system? Look, the hell was the name of that? What 64 was it? I don't know. I just hate a fucking PlayStation. Okay. I'm an Xbox, Switch, Nintendo girl. It's an 80s thing. As close as I came to liking anything related to a PlayStation was a Sega. That was the originals. You know. It's the controllers for me, man. But yeah. I don't know. Man, I've always been an Xbox girl. Since the first one to now, I'm an Xbox queen and a Switch queen and a Nintendo queen. Just how it is. Don't really play anymore unless it's with a little work. And my hands work long enough to do it. They go very numb very quick or they hurt now. Trying to play, my reactions aren't as quick as they should be. And then they get to make fun of me and they get to win. With her or eldest. I'm like, fuck you both. Ain't fair. I get like plus 40 because health. Jackasses. Like, no, 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 no. It's fucked up. I think tonight, though, there's very real distance. Like, I've spent years these two being all the way across the country from each other, having to deal with their shenanigans online. I get a call and it's like, Mom, tell Little to stop playing this game. Blah, 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 blah. And because not only do they have their own games and Xbox console, all the consoles, right? They also have online accounts and games that are linked together, and they have some they've been playing since we were back at Bean Hill together, right? And if one's playing it or doing something with whatever, then the other one can't. Okay? And even though they're on, so they have to wait on each other, and then they also both buy games online, do other things, and then they share that way. And then I inevitably get the calls of Mom, make Little stop playing this one, or doing this right now, or hey, can you tell us to, and this, Mom, can you call brother and tell it? I'm like, bro, why? Like, y'all got each other's phone numbers. You tell each other. But no, it's when it comes down to game time, it's just like, oh, it's like old times. I still get to deal with man. Some things never change, no matter how old these two get, apparently. And if it's video game stuff, then Mom gets called. Mom this, and Mom that. I'm like, but wait. Tonight, or yesterday. No, it's tonight. Well, technically it's tonight. Little's like, you think this is okay to message? brother, because they need to stop doing a thing, or somebody said something about something in one game and starting theirs over from whenever, and I'm like, I don't know. Message him and see, you know. So, I don't know. Some things never change, man. Yeah, I'm not even saying like they're arguing or anything, but for some reason when it comes to video games, they still think we're like we're in the same spot. This is what we've always done. I don't know. So even if they're a country apart half the time, they'll be like, "Hey mom, hey mom." But now I'm finally getting them to where they'll be like, "No, no, you don't. Y'all do it. Y'all do the thing." I'm like, half the time I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm like, what game? When did you all do that? When the fuck did I? When did you use the card for that? Like, wait, y'all been playing it? Y'all had this game the other day. I was notified that they have the Cupcake game I've been wanting to play for like 3 years. I was like, wait, we've had that the whole fucking time? Like, yeah. I'm like, y'all didn't let me know this. I waited years on that one too. They're like, whoops. Like, what the fuck? Man. And they're like, well, you paid for it. I was like, I did. Well, damn. Okay. Alright then, kids. Okay, you should play it sometime. We've done beat it. Like, y'all are assholes, man. Y'all are assholes. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, they never do it in a fighty way, or, you know, they never have. They've always been really good. You know, most siblings or kids are always fighting over something or about. And you'd think for the age difference between mine, they would, yeah, we're like a, yeah, they always played well with one another. Games, especially, they shared very equal. I mean, no issues. But for some reason, they want to contact me when it's like, hey, will you let the other one know that I need to blah blah? I'm like, when did I get put in the middle? What's this? You know? I think it's just inclusion because they're used to, you know, the whole life of all of us being together and, you know. Anyway. But it's never in a fighty or off way. It's just like, hey, will you ask if the other one is playing this or doing that or downloading this or I can't access this right now or they and I don't know, why don't you call the other one's cell phone or this or that, you know, or their devices and ask them. Why are you calling me with this? But, yeah, I don't know, they're good kids. Yeah, I hate sports. But I think most think probably, and I just wanted to clarify, because, you know, just for a minute, they're back, oh, they're fine. They ain't it. They just, for some reason, put me in the middle. Like, why are you calling me to ask the other one? Do I look like, does this look like a party line from 1952 to you? But it also warms my heart, makes me happy when they do that, so. I don't want to be the ref. I guess I'm just mama. I wouldn't say ref. Because a ref would imply something else, but you know. It's just their way of including me. Something they do though. But now, I'm finally getting at least one to be like, uh-uh. Y'all do it. Mama's not. So now it's, you know, I'm get I'm getting there with them. Took a bit. I also noticed it increased as we were all split apart across all the country, and otherwise. I think it was just a way of being a unit and being part of them, because that's when it really increased. So I think it was their way of having moments that reminded them of home, and all the little things together, and it being just a blip, even if it was just a blip, a day of all three of us doing whatever together. Because that's when it really became a thing. And I don't know why they even bothered. The weird part is I don't even know why they bothered. Other than that, because it doesn't matter if one's doing something, the other one needs something. They're very quick and just be like, okay, I'll get off this game, or okay, if they need this thing, then I'll do this. And it's an instant. There's no arguing, there's no back and forth. It's okay. Tell others or tell little that, okay, it's all good, it's clear, whatever, go for it. Or I'll wait X amount of time. There's never a, what the fuck, or anything. It's an instant, okay, alright, give me a second, or do this, whatever. So I don't even know my name. Yeah. What the hell was that? Y'all think I got something to do. My ice water. No longer Jose. Although, god damn. Oh shit. Well, thought it was entirely out. Yeah, well. Whatever. Yeah. Y'all just has like a little remnant, like just a small percentage of Jose on ice, like 3 drops. Does it ruin like whatever fucking material my dress is made out of? I don't know if it's silk or satin. There's something I should rub on that. I'm a little girl skills. Anyway. Oh my god, it's ruined the fur. What will I do? It's an amazing dress. God, y'all see it. It's amazing. Bang it. Really. Banging. Anyway. So, yeah. It wears well in snow. I know that. Survives snow well. No, I don't know my pun. Ain't that concerned with the small shit. My dress. Oh, anyway. Yeah. It's better a Jose than a Clinton, am I right? Okay, that was a bad joke. I apologize. Anyway. But was it though? Y'all know that shit was funny. Now, I don't mean, no, it wasn't. Because then y'all be thinking about built up fed and led Jose from this realm. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant at all. Anyway, God, they'll clip it. They're gonna clip it on. No! Like, see, she did a thing with those, and they were all fighting over Jose. And they've already tried that. Do you remember that narrative, Mud Pie? Do you remember them saying that Candace Senior? Well, I think Allie said that, didn't she? When did Allie start it? Allie said Senior and Junior were fighting over Jose plus her. And I know locals, they were all stuck with him in a hotel room in Gatlinburg at one point. And they were like, oh my god. And it was forced on ranch, obviously. But anyway, yeah. So what did Allie put up there? And eventually there was a narrative about me doing something with Jose or me having a relationship with Senior or Junior or something. These people look like my type of people. And then they called me a holler bunny, and a holler full of Freds and monsters and C&Ds and Dons. And I don't care even on my worst day here. Do I look like any of those are actually my type? Fuck you say. Not that holler. It was not holler bunnying. Yeah, Mud Pie. I seen that, and that's the thing. There's some debate, and there always has been. Do you remember when Candace and him actually came out? Like, that's not the real fucking Jose, but then like it is. There's a picture of him and all it. And with them drinking and whatever, you know. But there's still some serious debate inside the community. Even Fred, though. No, it's Fred, but Fred will tell you there were two Jose's. Monster will tell you that Don killed Jose and took his truck because Monster's an idiot and can't seem to place together the real events that led him to think that. I have the receipts and know what Monster's dumbass thinks that, but Fred will tell you there were two different Spanish fellas in there. I would almost tell you the same at the same time. That's why even when Jose came out, I was like, that's not the real fucking Jose. Because during that period, I was going through treatments. I've been newly diagnosed with at least this cancer at that point, all this other shit. And that's not the one I like. So there's some debate, right? But that is the guy that was in Gatlinburg. Other things, but it's, you know, there's so many multiples of everyone in there, okay? But, you remember Green? I was going on with that shit of Monster says that Don killed fucking Jose. You took his truck. I'm like, you fuck. That's why I put out, and Monster and thought it was just targeting monsters. Put out the proof that Don was coming back and forth from Utah when Don was, well, in Utah. And Monster should have remembered that. But he didn't. Or he didn't want to fess up. Well, he couldn't, could he? He couldn't tell the truth about Don returning either. Not only is he a dipshit and pretends he can't remember shit, plus he'd really burn his shit out like the style since Hobag come into play and they were all storing shit. But the thing is that, yeah, by that point, I think Jenny and Adrian even built that whole stolen phone and everybody else message from idea, right? Because he had to stick with that, because that's lies he told law enforcement and feds and courts and everybody else to discount the TV, right? But I held the receipts and the phones, and I knew that Don had been returning from Utah in between a bunch of times. He knew Jose was there. Which is why. Oh my god, there's a guy there and Candace is trying to make me jealous story. Well, it's just that now, ain't it? Anyway, so there's a reason that and Monster even gotten tires for Dawn in the truck at one point. Okay? On one of his many returns, I tried to remind what I thought was still little piece of Monster gave a fuck out there. By releasing those messages, all this group, this world, him could see was it was me attacking him. Me targeting him, but I was trying to get his brain to fucking work. So he wouldn't look like an idiot for that. But he ain't worried about none of it. But it was to let him know he was an idiot. And to give him the clues to try to help with something. Then I realized he didn't give a shit about Summer. I was like, oh yeah, like the same guy that abused you because Summer been. Oh yeah. Never mind. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. Still too early out of DV. You're trying to be like, oh yeah, the human. There is no human. And just abuser humor, but remember he didn't give a fuck about Summer. He just wants money. Oh yeah. Anyway, so it's too little too late. And then they warped all these messages, like the one from Hayworth with the dude with the, the prostitutes in the back. They try to make it seem like I was trying to make him seem like, but I was trying to get his brain to work. Nah, I forgot he didn't have a brain anymore. He has a drama whore. Doped up drama whore. Trash. He has no brain anymore. He's not thinking like that. It's worse. He's hidden a little better, masks a little better, whatever. But and then I realized every time I release one of those that he and this group are gonna take it like I'm doing something much, but I'm trying to make him look certain, but I'm actually there's a whole host of those are meant to have it like to maybe keys or things, right? Because trust and believe if he and I could ever actually talk, and that'll never happen again on this earth, I promise you. I'll shit on that dude's grave before I ever speak to him cordially again. But the thing is, if it was then versus now, and there was some whatever in there, whatever, we could actually figure out things together. It's one of the things that ever was pretty consistent. But it took both of us to be able to do that throughout the years. But now he can't be trusted. I learned that's why I slowed down on putting anything out. As far as he's concerned or anything he can get a hold of or figure it out or actually use his brain to go, wait, no, this is what this oh yeah, I remember. Because I know he's selling it off to Jenny, Adrian, chasing the rest if he can or does think of it. He'll sell it off to Ryan, he'll sell it off whatever. He's no better than C&D and Fred. They're whining, twisting, lying after what I watched him do in courts, from Hawkins to everywhere else. No way in hell does he need anything else that he can, nope, or to help C&D, whatever the fuck this group's doing. So fuck him, fuck them, fuck all of them. And so I lately do not put out a whole lot of things. One day I will again that concern the DV and others, and helping other women and children. And the fight for justice and for those in and around situations like that to be taken seriously. And changes in our system and help and all this other stuff for it. But right now ain't it because Monster's playing with this group and it's patty caking with C&D and others, and I'm not having it. And it's things they or he can use. Anyway, the point is back to the phones where they made up all the lies around. They had to fit the lies he told Hawkins, Pruitt, judges, feds, whatever else. And then these other ones out online, Jenny and Adrian him lying about phones, other shit, where nothing I said would be believable, but it was real. What he wanted to believe, though, because he can only think of it from one perspective, is that I was putting them out to just blast him, but there were things in there. And there always be that I was like, because I still had hope, right? Like, this will jiggle his brain, this will whatever. And he went about that, right? For none of them, and they didn't. And so I was like, fuck it, and then I realized this tournament is very dangerous. Um, and what he was doing with this group and for others, and no, but I'm not gonna help with him and whorebags fucking money while they're robbing and selling dope, not providing for one of my children. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna help him die quicker. And I was even told the other day, like, oh, his teeth are falling out because of my. No, 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 no. I went to the dentist, this motherfucker, right before all the shit went down. His shit was fine. I got the x-rays and proof, and then within months, he was on video chats, otherwise was little. His shit was already like, you know, and now it's falling out and shit, and then people are mind fucked around him right now to believe it just cracked, or this just happened, or it's like, hell no. And then look at her on me. No, 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 no. And then when you got videos and things, doing shit, what realms they were hanging in, now the pieces that were missing in. I just found a bag of this, and I just found that, a bubble that. And you put it all together, and the weight loss, hell no, bro. You ain't mind fuck everybody else. It ain't gonna make me no longer, I know better. Okay, I know better. And I know my shit's jacked up from the radiation and so on and the ice eating, but your girl don't go bad for no reason. It's fucking tragic. But I was even crying the other day to others. I was like, man, please try to help them. If they're like, blah, 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 and I was like, nah, man. Because I still have a heart. So, man, there's fucking bullshit. It's the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Because I was shocked the other day. Shocked when I seen the thumbnail. Otherwise, I was blown during them. Then as the hours or days went on, even before lockdown, it said Monster Run from Dawn. I knew from others that had taken place. And knowing other things in the community, and knowing all that shit wasn't as accidental as it was made to appear to the public. Well, before it was put, all these things, and the way certain people looked. No, man. But yeah, I just, so that's the reason I've slowed down on some of the receipts or posting. It was because of the weaving, the building, the scripting, cleansing, mask building, lies they've told, the shit they've done even in court settings, the feds tell Lee, all sort of shit. The monster's bender, at least initially, was never more than just skirting away from being what he is and what he did and all the things, and how far it went, and taking accountability for it. Though he was very proud of it before finally courts got involved in a serious, super serious manner. And for the first time, although I'd taken out orders before, very rarely reached out for it. And time I did. Well, shit. It might have counted had it not been for so many tragedy pimps and advocates and those tampering in Summer's case. Who didn't want, any of that because they wanted to acquire that to destroy I and my children as witnesses. It wasn't like most were actually there on June 15th and otherwise. And they wanted access to the property and they wanted things and law, and then that motherfucker is still willing to go party down or hang out, seeing it, I guess, till lately again when he's running and shit. But after they probably figured out he's feeding everything out to the opposite side, I don't know, there's all kinds of shit in the background happening and shaking, right? Not that Ziggy and Fred. Things are happening, Don, Andy, and Jody Sue. A lot of shaking going on, says Jerry Lee Piggy. In case y'all are unaware, I'm like, guess it's like, unless it's your old man and a dip again. No, it ain't. No, it ain't, homie. And I just don't give a shit either. So there's that. What, did you do something else fake? Set something else up this week? Lie? Did you have a lure or just message something finally and reply back to someone to make it look like, oh, she says some message and it must be so? Therefore, it changes fact? And then you can go dip it. You never. It's another fake fucking lying bullshit criminal ass emailing somebody. Did you do something to set them up? Did you call some sort of service? What'd you do this week? Fuck something up, Ziggy. You know? Fred? You know? I don't give a fuck. I heard those threats again though. Apparently we're all supposed to be shaking. Jerry Lee Lewis style. I'm still sitting here going, who's barn? Shit, let me know. I'll head on down. Right? Who's got the shine? And the matches. We'll go have a bonfire about it. We'll shine about it. Hang out in the barn together. And I guess shake about it. Oh, shake no one. Who's barn my barn? Got the bull by the horns. I don't know. Anyway, you tell we're all supposed to be fucking terrified this week. Ziggy and Fred done something fucked up to target one of us. Something false, most likely. You know how that bitch likes something fake. TCS Sports, this person, late at night, Playboy, PG, fucking whatever, fucking, I don't know, power bill of fucking fellow scammers, whatever the fuck, DG, fucking shoplifting, we don't know. Green card marriages, and she likes it all fake. Manufactured and bullshit as long as it pays. Even if it destroys other human beings. Yeah, I keep wondering if that bitch's face is that flat. Because somebody's already crammed it in for her. That's why she stays online perpetually. Can't get any flatter, I guess. I don't know. Just, she really is one disgusting human being, isn't she? She really is one of those, if she come face to face with anybody she'd ever done anything wrong to, she'd squeal like a goddamn stuck hog and be like, wee, 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 wee. Right? And she'd run or try to talk her way out. She really is one of them types of fucking skank ass pussy bitches. She really is. You know? She's the one I just, like, ew, it's a girl. I'm like, no, I don't want to be friends. It's nothing personally. It's just like, yeah, no. Y'all know I made one of my best actual girlfriends. One of the very few in my life. It was because the rest of this community had tried to, um, let's just say we both had reputations around here, but we're both very, if you know us, we're both some of the chillest motherfuckers you will ever meet in your life. Very happy, you know, just not just like, I love the world, man, peace, right? But we're the types that if you just don't with us, you know what I mean? But the only reason you'll see us be like, don't with us is for very good reason. We're not the type to just be out here fucking trailer park tamey trash and fighting, right? There's gonna be a good reason behind it, you know? And so we both had reputations in the community. Okay, and we were probably one of the like only two that hadn't like it's really been like fighting or ever really did the whole death match thing. Some of our weaker little friends were like, and others were like fighting or something. And they were like, they threatened her with me and me with her or something. And I was just like, and see, we're built different. So I went to her. I was like, we got a fucking problem because, like, these dumb bitches that are associated with us are trying to get, and, like, I, I ain't fighting their fight for them. I ain't built that way. You? Do we have a problem? And they're like, nah, fucking bitches. Like, they're all acquaintances, friends, don't get me wrong. We ain't fighting their shit for them. Neither of us are built that way, right? Like, we're the type that, like, 10 people can fight us at once and jump out and stuff, but we bring in 10 people to a fight. We'll bring ourselves, you know, even if we know it's like a little bit like we're not fighting other people's shit for them. You see what I'm saying? And like, but where we two had our own reputations, it's not a good thing when both of us brought in the realm, and the others amongst us were like, "Oh, y'all, blah, 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 you two," and I'm like, "Bro, I ain't got no problem there." You know, and we're built in a way to where we'll go straight to a motherfucker, unlike the bitches around us. Be like, "Hey, we got a problem? Because we got a problem, let's do it." But I ain't built like, like, man, I ain't got a problem with you, and I ain't fighting them motherfuckers fight. Fuck them. And I believed words out of my mouth, I don't want to fight you. And I was like, well, that's a pretty good thing. Right? And so that's how we became friends. Right? And it's just, you know, it's one of those things, right? But mostly a guy type of chick. It's been that way throughout my life. And there's a reason for that. So it's why this walk is exceptionally hard, is my point. Because this realm is mostly filled with females who are cowards, who ain't ever been in a real fight in their lives, who can't come out from behind keyboards, who have never taken a real ass whipping for anything stupid or shitty they've done to other human beings. They rely on other bitches. They rely on twisted fuckery to start fights between others. They like the soap opera shit. They like the convoluted goddamn garbage and fucking Hallmark shit. I ain't about the life. I ain't about that running the fucking mouth. I ain't about the drama. I ain't about the fucking bullshit. I don't hear no shit. Be part of no shit. I'm about to either shut the fuck up or put up life. And don't grab my hair, bring your purse. You feel me? It's just who the fuck I am. If you got something to say, fucking say it. These, and for the most part, most females pushing us around about that drama shit, and I can tell you that And don't get me wrong, my tongue can go full on razor blade. But I that ain't how I'm built. I don't wanna. You know what I mean? And that seems trash to me. It's like, man, if you got problems with me, go knock on the goddamn door and bust him in the mouth. You know what I mean? You're fucking stupid. No, my I've always been. That's part of the problem with Monster. You get, like, he always wanted chicks as friends, but it was really to bang them. But me, I had dude friends as long as I can remember growing up. And around here, it was mostly males for some reason, anyway. There wasn't a whole lot of females. But, um, you know, I just had problems with my dude friend. I think it was because he seen him as a. Yeah, whereas I knew he would bang anything female, and that's the reason he wanted to keep females around. That's why he enjoys this from here just as much as Dawn kind of does. Well, he's got whoreback, you know, he's always looking for something less, you know, it's that type of shit. Me, I've always had dude friends, and I've never banged a one up. But he always like, oh, they're better. Man, he even like shit on my friends for their IQs break. He would levy out fucking insults. No shit. Fuck you and your Mensa friends. Go read another goddamn book. And then I would be like bleeding and everything else, but then I would try so hard not to smirk or laugh. Because I knew I'd get it even worse, but I couldn't figure out if it was a goddamn insult or compliment. It'd be like, you know, he beat my ass so many times over my one bestie, and others seen this, okay? No shit, and it was like right before the arrest and everything. He was beating my fucking ass, dude, and it comes back the day before they even come in. Over my bestie, and he was like, "You ain't gonna be around him no more." And I says, like, "Motherfucker, he's been around longer than you have been." I don't think so. He was like, "You're fucking blah blah." I said, "Bullshit." Never did, never have. I'm probably one of the only females in and around this area that has not fucked my bestie. Cause he's just built like that. Okay, he's just built like that. You get me? We ain't never been like that. All right. We've stood side by side writing our names in the snow around bonfires, but we ain't ever been like that. Okay? The whole world probably it ain't like that. Never has been. We're bro dudes. Okay? Like, I've helped him date and do the thing, whatever, and he, you know, whatever, and all that, but we ain't built like that. And Monster knew that. But he felt inadequate next to. And he knew this dude and still would beat his fucking ass. Um, so I always felt something over. He always tried to separate me from my friends, right? But then he would want female friends all the time. But always, it's actually because he wanted to bang them. And because it was always one cry. And the more females around me get. I'm like, no, 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 no. It'd be different if you could be trusted. And I don't think so. You know? Because that's just how he's built. Yeah, this one is closer to me than almost anybody in the world. Yeah, but I will tell you that years ago separated because of this and other things. So, I'm very back. Anyway, so separated. And where I've been sick and everything else, and I've been trapped in the box so thoroughly, other than generally Fridays for so long. And then when we're out in the car and things for like a year leading up to everything, and all that, monster was very cautious about how long he let me out for. And he was very zoned in on the phone when we alpha this, or he was afraid he was going to go. I already knew that, man. It was just too much, right? You gotta see the real block dates. When I really blocked the real stall accounts and her kids' accounts she was trying to use, plus the other family member with their same name that they swap identities for years and on their old accounts. Man, it predates Summer Ranch. I wonder how in the fuck, though, I would have been blocking this bitch and all her kids' accounts if they weren't. And then I got all these messages from his coworkers and these videos and proof of all the things before. But it's best. Nobody looked like a fucking down dirty whore, and he don't look like he was doing anything heckin' bad any worse than trying to beat and murder and doing all things to a woman anyway, but also going through cancer treatment and deaths in her family and all the things. No, they can't be caught lying about fucking around for the longest and disease, all the things. They can't, man. They just can't. They've already been caught because they're on stupid words, and especially PG library. But yeah, you see the actual block dates that I have for stalls, real accounts. It's just pretty hard to suss out, even way back then for some ranch and shit. Uh, well, sort of. There was, like I said, all things in between, but so she definitely comes from scandalous territory anyway. 900 different accounts. I don't know who has that many, or changing identities with other family members, the exact same names, all criminal records and shit. It seems pretty shady and drama type shit to me. But yeah, yeah, it definitely predates Summer Vanishing for sure. But yeah, nobody was doing anything. It was only after me. But yet there was a trailer and shit ran around. What the fuck makes a bitch and rents her trailer back? Oh no, I don't know. Fucking great. Right. Broke dick indeed. Putting on me, dude. But my money did pay to try to fix it and get it medicines and medical help for it. Right? No, it's Judy sees radiation and the chemo that I never had. I never had chemo. Seriously, it broke that cabin piece was amazing artwork by Tragedy Pimps to try to eat me. It was amazing. Unless you actually know medical science and cancer, it was amazing. Couldn't, and even if it was, like, you gonna take out the essay of a monster in that too? That some people weren't willing participants while undergoing radiation or really any other day. Yeah. Sometimes. Or participate because it's the only affection or anything they ever get. Well, sort of. But, I mean, what are you gonna do? 'Tis the life of TV, man. I hope it changes. Even if you know better. And trying to find the good moments inside the storms. You still gotta live, even in the middle of that shit. You gotta live. Anyway, back to the phones and the bullshit. Now, actually, man, back off the scrolling into the mayonnaise portion. But the phones and all that shit's always been made up bullshit. That one over there has her hands on his devices and his social shit and doing all the fuck shit. The majority of the shit around the kids. Man, if he had caught me doing half of what she's doing, he would have killed my ass. Yep. Yep. And she does all that drama. But either way, to make the phones go poof. But it has to do with the DV shit. And we already fed out his lies now. It was a dream. And all the other things, right? But anyway, back to the Jose thing. Where it concerns those phones and all that. Right? It's too late for me. Oh, you know. Don was going back and forth. And he did know that Jose was there, right? So, right? But then he's also burnt the fuck out and fucked up and posted tweets, so whatever the fuck, you know. Acid trip now, I don't know. All the shit I wasn't gonna allow around me or mine. He's all the things now, right? Which is what he wanted. He wanted a weaker drama version that would take all the shit, allow him to stand there and abuse them by wearing my club main doormat version of, you know, and a helpful abuser, because she does enjoy it, make a mistake, but if he'd really thought about it, he'd realized, oh, he's an idiot. But yeah, there's said to be multiple Latin guys on the property at the same time, you know. That's all I'm saying. But then because of fuck shit from a DV dude and all the other shit and the tragedy pimps and the helpful Jenny and Adrians who are trying to database to find all the answers or self docs or whatever else, and now you got that fucked up bullshit. That's what you got. Instead of reality, right? And truth. You got shit out here like, oh no, phone's stolen and this here, and that was just be topping herself, and you got fucking Dawn and then also Greena says that Monster says that Andy or that Jose was murdered and the truck taking all this shit and that's what the fuck you got. You got rumors out here and shit saying that Senior and Junior fighting over Jose, and hell they might have been, I don't know, they're fucked. And Allie, and then you get them leading in with the JSBs doing Senior and Junior, but also Jose and everybody in the holler. And that's what you get. Somehow that's helping Summer. Right? All because of a bunch of motherfuckers when I'm like, okay. But it's hard once you tell law enforcement and feds, courts, Lawson, Pruitt, Adrian's, Jenny's, draws around with these phones have been fucked with, tampered with, type 4 you smell this and the other, or lost, or stolen, or whatever, then any of those things in it are hard to be counted towards Summer's case, or the patterns and behaviors, or the truth for Summer in her case. Do you think Monster gives a fuck about that? No, Monster only gave a fuck about him. Did Jenny and Adrian give a fuck about Summer when they did that for Monster? No, they did not. Did they give a fuck about the truth being out here? Did they give a fuck about something else more? Huh? Which is it? Because the truth is, those messages. They do count. They're real. No phones were stolen. Nobody was typing us a mess. La la la. And they matter greatly. But then when you have an asshole going everywhere from the beginning because he doesn't want them to count in DV shit and to be held accountable for it, for it to be real and to make me look certain ways, like good abusers, pamphlet 101, and any good lines should have been able to see. And then it does have an effect on Summer's case. But do you think he thought that fuck? Nope. Think he gave a fuck? Nope. Because he always, from the first moment Summer vanished, was going to use her vanishing as a way to make the kids look some way, or to use her vanishing as a way to further traumatize or abuse us, that he then made up into a dream, like he was the one that really felt. And it wasn't a goddamn dream, y'all. Little and Elders were standing there, you know? But it wasn't him seeing Summer either. Like this realm made up, including his own team. This is how fucking far deep and wide this shit is. Because some fucking dude that beat the shit out of a woman and children and hurt them in every way imaginable for fucking their entire lives doesn't want to be held to account or real anything and wants to get up on and to make all this other shit, but proudly out in the community for decades was like, I'll beat her, ha 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 ha, to everybody he ever knew and loved doing that in public from the first time he ever did it. Now suddenly it's a thing. Right? Poor thing, he's the victim. Now, you know, and when he realized, of course, things could only get, it didn't matter. He came before. He also wanted to use summer vanishing and are concerned for and the trauma behind the kids who were there, witnessed, wonder, worry, burn ourselves to ash, wonder in this area. He wants to, and he's always wanted to, like, it didn't matter. He wanted to use her vanishing as a way to make us look certain ways so then people would excuse why he was doing it. When I cycle the shit that had come down the pipeline where he went around too far and fucked around and got himself, found out. And not to be held accountable, it's fucked up. And then people wonder why we found ourselves eventually, sort of out, and not trusting people we should have been able to trust and all these other things. Well, that's why. You can look at Monster over there. And, when us roommates monsters, they do love playing together. You know? Oh, look at this shit. I'll show it to you. Look here. Ain't this cute? Now, let's see if I can show it. If I can't, I'll just screenshot it and show it later. This is part of the cycle we're in and shit expected, but anyway. Got one back here named Liar Liar. It's held auto style. Quote, it's funny how you used abuse and summer to scam money, yet your clown as. See, it tells me been around the tragedy pimp. Sits here laughing about the so-called abuse. Get a job, little life. That's funny. Which one of you team members or setupies or the investment teams or somebody fills up in their fills today? Which one of you is trying to slip that in? Like a well-oiled, I don't know. In here after the cycle we're in. Y'all feeling some type of way? You better keep on it. Aww. Blue hand up, B's what working for you? I'm gonna bet the next one ain't either. The expected one. Well in advance, waited on for eons. For reasons! I'll let y'all take a guess before you step in that shit pile. Anyway, didn't use abuse anything. Blah blah. Those who've been here really know. Also, literally spoke out about DV on all my other social media platforms before, years before. Unlike Prayer Garden, they never like, this is a Summer Rebels channel. Tied to Jesus and Summer. Alright? Anybody who's been here knows that. Started this channel. And guess what? Hunting tragedy pimps. talking about DV and summer when and where I felt and chose. Because guess what? All those things are real life to all of us. Yeah, we've really been through them, survived them, witnessed them. Unlike whoever liar is, and the rest of the tragedy pimps and the entertained folks out here. I don't give a fuck where you stand on it. We're real to the situation, you sons of bitches aren't. Take your liar and shove it right up your ass. And ain't nobody scamming nobody. Go back to Cam. Go provide him with some dope money to blow the other hand off of his scamming conning ass. Who also was wildly enough set up by something and called scammer. At least that one was Christian. It wasn't. It was them scamming, kind of fucking you all with sharing like that. But either way, yeah. So whoever liar is, I don't know if y'all can see it. I tried to show it because it's auto held, but they want me to get a job, y'all. I wish. Fuck A up doing watching fucking YouTube at 6:48 a.m. They got a job? Life? Or are they getting paid? Huh? How you doing? What's fun for them? Part of the research team? Subs member? Which part of it are you? What makes you feel special? What makes your needful thing tick? Who are you working for? How's it going? You got a ranch somewhere? Fuck you, bro. Anyway. Okay, well. It asked me if I wanted to show her how I figured I'd show it. Because I ain't scared of anybody scamming nobody. Other than whoever's group's behind liar there. You know? It's definitely going with the flow of what we all knew would eventually come and we waited on to come. So we could, you know. And it's following the recent little pebbles being put out, and all the little things, and Blood and the Bees coming out with some bullshit that I already proved he was a fucking liar over, and the rest will come too, and we'll do the same with that, but I don't know how that's going to turn out. Everybody involved. Anyway. And I'm not saying people can't have jobs and trolls. That's what I'm saying. It's just that there's certain trolls right now trying to slip shit in. And everywhere. There's a couple of them are on certain shit. And they've been trying for a month or so to figure out ways to start trying to initiate it. Probably not the brightest idea, honestly. How you gonna fuck with somebody that's been calling out that type of shit for years and think they don't see and know or expect eventually it to come knocking at? Every built looks like whatever, and then I don't know. It's just almost a y'all do you, okay? You just do you. Remember that we was included in some things. And by we, I don't mean a me and the we. I mean a we as in somebody and a them. They're not the brightest bunch, right? then you gotta be a dumbass. An absolute dumbass to walk these streets for years in this fucking realm. That, these motherfuckers have even tried to get you fucking murdered with your children. And know that really, essentially, the only way in every case, not just Summers, they've ever been able to blind anybody up or to try to make them look or to do whatever, even the creators who fuck up or they can't control whatever, is to set them up or to grab them with money, whatever, you know. And, that the bitching about their, I don't know, investment teams and shit and certain amounts, and then to try to do that shit to them. And then them not to be like, watch this. We'll do this living example of how this shit's pulled off and how it correlates and sounds compared to all the others. But you'd have to be fucking stupid to try that. And to do it again! Right? But they never fail to amaze me or to disappoint. But I honestly given up. I'm like, shit, they ain't gonna do any more. Like, it's gonna be a thing. And then, and then, and then they got their secondaries like Remora's falling around with these fucking stupid, like, avatar pictures. It kind of gives the eye, like, it's just been amazing to watch. Right? And to be part, I'm just like, I'm astounded. Can't even believe whatever, but yeah, I would not, think people have been oblivious or not waiting on or walking these streets for years knowing that that is, very much some type of way this place would love to wrap my ass or anyone else's up and does often and does not expect or whatever. I mean, come on, dude. You don't know better. It's always some stupid shit. And still hear shit like parts of it, you know, it's motherfuckers trying to get shit from you. Still thinking that would work one way. And another, you're genuinely being like, hey, are you a human? And you're all the time, no humans to be found. Shit's wrong. Hey, all things, same song and dance has been for years. Like, oh, this is the thing. You don't know. You know, finally. Before everybody's been, right? But, like, it's always one or the other. It doesn't matter throughout the years. It's either people trying to get shit from us, or people trying to fuck us up sideways. Don't fuck with our lives, or do so, you know, full discredit them. I'm like, man, fuck off. Man, I'm over it. It's always some shit. It's always some shit. Notice the full tilt really started outright, though it tried to be lifted off a bit before. Eventually, I'm sure certain dates and timing will come out. And things moving in this together during certain periods where things here in the ground are happening and certain things splitting, separating shit, you know, just going on. And then really starting to be Pebble dropped it on the lead ends and paving way for certain shit after I started talking about very bad rotten bananas. I'm just pleased the YouTube gods and the weird ass locals all inserted in the YouTube gods and their investment teams. I'm just pleased them. Oh, they mad. They heckin' mad. What they mad about? They've all made bazillions. They're still trying. Weirdly enough, if more than a few involved in this fuckery and the team shit that's built all the bullshit y'all see out in public and the butthole cleanser and all the shit are people who, wildly enough, are connected with some of the strangest dope shit, fuck shit, tampering shit, and also knew Summer before she vanished, unbeknownst to some of us, and are full on freak shows. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Meanwhile, they out here been paying, doing, fucking, and sucking, whatever else it took to make everybody else look fucking weird as hell. Yet they really are some weirdly scary, creepy motherfuckers behind that fish shit. Bitch, please. I am in no mood. No longer. Fucking weirdos. I just wanna adopt her when she comes on. I'll be your grand. Look, I'm gonna write out the list of all the things I'm gonna do with Sammy. Shows. Goddamn freaks. Ugh. Y'all fucking freak me out. For real. And some of you motherfuckers involved in the team and hidden so well throughout the years, okay? That your shit was in the driving time and the timeline there for Summer vanishing, shit good, all this other crap. And there's an abundance of land and places and bodies of water and everything, like, and then you might be the type of freak shows or your family members or that dope shit related to you to get up some fuck shit and definitely some relations in between some relations that were very, all things. That makes me feel the type of way. I'm just saying. Well, for years, and I don't want to hear no fucking pushback. Because for years, y'all purposefully had us fucking targeted sideways. So fuck you. Like, bitch, you well within the driving and hiding range, along with all your peeps and anybody else standing around and the whatevers and my helpers and shit. Fuck you mean? Meanwhile, you targeting the fuck out of witnesses for years. That's strange. I'm trying to set them up, fuck them up. 7 people trying to get them murdered and shit. Wound all up around there. Hell no. It's, I feel some type of ways. Not to mention the way back, right? Don't even. People little just fucking extra, right? You know what I mean? I mean that by YouTube and some of the locals. They a little weird. Even by our standards, which tastes something. Anyway, guys, so speaking of locals and weirdness, I don't want to hear no more shit from Freak Fragger. Otherwise, like, and I did talk about in the shit I talked about tonight. It ain't made up. It ain't just just you made it. It's shit that has real bearing and real shit and could be potentials. Not some onion root because the picture says and Fred said and Bob was in the hall, but I wasn't. But I was two bikes. It was this bike. It was 600 days. It was an 80. It was this. You had to pull that. Somebody was somewhere and no, it was this guy's house. No, it was in Lyle. No, it was the dead guy. It was the dead horse. You know that. It's real shit based on real shit. Even if it is just fires and puzzles of mine. I don't do the bullshit, fuck shit. Like all y'all be doing the fuck shit. Okay? And like I said out here earlier, there are a whole lot of pieces and receipts in between that I'm not giving the public. I did not say publicly. That make those things maybe potentials. At least in my opinion, entertainment purpose, only educational, fair use, Sesame Street, you know, reading Rainbow, whatever. Okay? Judge Judy. Rest of my case. Anyway, so I ain't here slinging no shit or playing no tit for tat. But I'll be goddamned if a motherfucker who there's real potential for and all the player and the fuck she does and all the things and the smell and scent on things gonna stand there and do his shit with that fucking bitch who's been up to the worst fuck shit. No. We ain't doing that. And the more they do, and the more it has the same feeling like certain other characters and all the shit, I'm just. Sometimes it's time to speak more out. Yep. You know what I mean? Not to get back at, not to play games with, not to make it weaponized. Not to intimidate, not to be double-edged swords, none of that, but sometimes to speak because it's time. And also maybe because you're tired of real fuck stakes with potential to have done something maybe. Just stop doing whatever fuck. Like, it's like, no. Knock it off. And then when you know how dark and dirty and deep this group, let alone the monsters Ben Hill, can all go, manufacturers set up shit, do shit, and that includes that one over there with Zeke, and set off shit that looks certain ways, you know, in other cases and other things it's been part of, and things known or unknown to the public or officials or otherwise, well, by God, sometimes it's just time to speak. No bullshit. You know, no tit for tat. But put enough places to where they know fires, puzzles, and things are burning, and I don't know, hopefully maybe stones are turning, and things either yay or nay. You know, that type of shit, I don't know, but I'm sure there's a far ahead of. I'm absolutely certain that it is, but, you know, it just, I'm over the just terrible nature monsters. And they're fucking preferred YouTube handlers and the goddamn groups and teams and shit that should have never been. You know, still every day I wish to fucking everything on this earth that they had locked down the entire goddamn road and community from Indiana and stick everybody in there for a week till, you know, it's like COVID, we'll order you bitches fucking DoorDash or something. Shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down until we all figure this the fuck out. No, nobody's visiting me, nobody's let off their fucking respective areas. Roadblocks every Tuesday, anything. Waterboard and interrogate. I know that's right. And they can be like, well, I want a lawyer and everything has to stop. I get all of it, but God, if I don't wish anyway. Polygraph the fucking dogs if that's what it fucking took. Anything! You know. Shove the whole polygraph machine up somebody's ass. Shove the polygrapher's foot up somebody's ass if that's what it is. I don't give a damn. But I wish more than anything. Everybody from the outside have been shut down. Everyone's devices being taken. Nobody allowed on devices, phones to reach out to the outside world. Roadblocks everywhere, which don't let them bullshit because that's the narrative. They're running roadblocks. There were roadblocks. But I mean more in all the places. Maybe cops on horses maintaining the trails of the wee variety too. Right on properties. TWRA at the ass. Like fucking military line trails. There's nobody traveling anywhere. Straight lockdown. I know, right? But I just wish it was right. Wishes. And going back to the beginning, it's like, y'all ever recall the moments where Dawn is like, he makes sure to let the public know, or at least lie or truth, who's to say, right? But he swears up and down Senior failed our lie detector. I mean, we know Dotson was fired after he was like, well, they failed, but then they eventually passed, and I'll tell you, that's what I was told in person by Dawn and by Candace of their lie detectors and all that, but whatever, you know. Anyway, the thing is, he eventually, though, there's this weird moment, and maybe in the next day or two I'll play it for you, but there's this thing that makes me go, and it's not something I've ever heard more than this one place. Never. And I'm like, why did nobody catch on to this? But I'd never heard it before, so I was like, you know, never. Hell, sometimes you can listen to something a million times, and then suddenly go, wait a minute, what? What the fuck? You know, but this is one of those things I've never heard. Picked up on, caught on, nothing. And I came across the other night. But either way, that's not even the thing. Thing is, y'all remember the moments that don't, like, grandest failed our shit, blah, 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 blah. You remember the Jenna moments? Some of them? Definitely more important than some of those PG built, Jose style written, added on moments, for sure. That Ziggy built. Remember that? Yeah, okay. Anyway, Ziggy was yeah, it's fine, we'll get there. But anyway, I wonder if that's because maybe now if it's true, I'll bet not all three are built the same to eventually pass. Or maybe that's the reason Dom is wanting things like PG and others to look up how to pass too, not just other. And maybe, which I mean, they do that to a lot of creators, to other people, like their tech done whatever. It's so that all that shit's on your own devices and not on theirs. If feds or something actually get warrants for it, I think. I guess. That's my assumption has been since the beginning. When they have other people being like, well, no, you Google it for it. No, no, you look up. No, no. You know, it's supposed to know on their shit or their search histories or browsers. I guess. I found out by that guy I've been like watching and studying about. Do you know? And like I was hoping, certain phone services, they actually have the recordings of the phone calls. Now I know certain social media things like that. Yeah, it just depends. Anyway, yeah, I found I was like, oh my god, but it's all these things, right? I'm still trying to figure out how all this works, but I am doing some research into this heavily currently, because I have a question about something else that might correlate with something else that might be a thing. So I want to know precisely, exactly, in an educational manner how it works, and try to learn how it works for myself in order to come from more than a clip-based view opinion of, or what the public knowledge of certain things and equipment and things are, so that I can fully form an opinion or understand, and then maybe be able to, because honestly, if it's working in the way that I think it is, it means I can like go with a little weight and know that indeed the feds and others would hold certain things, and then at least in that way I wouldn't have to, I don't know, I guess wish so much or hope so much that they do. And then it's something else like I'm like, okay, it's fine. They fully got land, they're able to, and this would have been captured no matter what someone tried, and thank fucking God. And you can let this, be to just them, and no, I'd find some other way to prove, so then it could be, put in. These are things that fucking burn 24 hours a day, but anyway, so back to the Candace Senior, only she little on how it nightmare. It's why some of this with other pieces makes me think that there's potential in there for certain things like phone calls that day. And maybe people already knowing something's wrong. Maybe certain people's decision to stay later at work, also shit. I wonder, right? There's all these things that can twist together, may look like they fit together, but you never know if they actually do, even if they look like they do and feel like they do. Anyway, we're all still just us, and I'll always tell you that none of us hold all the things. None of us are the things or the info, and we could be nothing. Something. We don't know. Some of us are told certain shit. This and the other. Some of us know shit. Some of us know shit we ain't supposed to know. But is known. You get all these other things in play, but and then because of our contact as a community, there's definitely shit we don't know. But it depends on who knows what, where, and from whom, and when, and I will tell you that it matters when information was shared, and this here between certain people too, because with Tragedy Pimp involvement and with the community knowing Fred, Laura, certain other characters, and Monster and I are fucking around with this group to the degree they are and feeding them basically out into them and doing fuck shit for family and all that shit, you know. There's different interactions, there's different things told to certain people, like Fred Monster, than is the truth. And it is indeed. It's like, I know certain bit, like, hear me out. In certain businesses, you hear your favorite tragedy pimps, nobody's, or see them stop by on their pilgrimages and share for years. I know from the very beginning, the people in and around those places were told to give out different shit or mislead or to fuck you all off from the beginning. You know, and much the same's happening in the community. And especially those sniff around for the groups who didn't give a stitch one until, right? As opposed to all of us who were together and whatever in the first minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, and know each other, care. And aren't trying to fuck over, blame a dead guy, fucking horse, whatever else. You know, unlike these assholes pay for playing with the tragedy pimps. Even if some of those in their team are connected back with some of those chicken and bread top motherfuckers, or even up to names up and down the community, certain shit's being given out to these dipshits. It's not necessarily accurate or true. I don't know, too. So it depends on who, what, when, where. But it does, in a way, help, but it also creates things that's, and it's all detrimental in a way. But in a way helpful, but in a way detrimental. Because some of that stuff could be hurt and either keep a key from falling, whereas the real things do be hurt. But it can't be in ways because of this realm and fuckery and all the shit too, so it just depends. But, you know, I don't know. Whatever. And then when it don't help when you have people like Brett, and he is fucked with so many in and around the area and community. And then they got him, you know, out here trying to do the most or get the stuff, you know. Quality and top people he's getting shit from, and that don't even, like, And Monster, I mean, I don't think he understands how to please certain people with him, like, his whole life, but then also decades, or as they know, because it's so goddamn public what he was doing on the kids, or, like, yeah, you know, what around here people do to, like, church, mayor, and everybody's faces. Sometimes. I think the same happens to all of us some way. Yeah. There's some who don't like me. Well. But difference is I don't come out here with everything everyone says or what we've all shared from the beginning or said to one another. I don't blame everybody the dead guy and the fucking horse either. And those in and around know that. Well aware of it. Though there's definitely displeasure at certain shit's having to happen because certain dipshits part of certain shit are winding themselves up in this, plus also being blackmailed and pulled in by certain tragedy pimps with their handy dandy web sleuth Google skills to make this the house that Jack built. Story time. It's all fucked up beyond belief. But whatever. I'll tell you, whatever happened summer on June 15th, simpler than you could imagine. It has to be. it ain't as complicated as it's been made to be, or hidden, or jelloed, or mudded, or whatever. Nah, no, it's simple. No, it is. See, these people, they're good at mud jello bullshit, hiding, waving, convoluted, shit mixed in, whisper mixed, all that shit. But they're not necessarily good in life. Complicated, extreme, like, genius territory shit or anything. For real. That's why I went with mud and jello. And the thing is, the most unbelievable fucking thing of all is maybe none of those pulling the mud jello and bullshit are guilty in the least. Just because that's what the fuck they do from base setting with everything. But most time, behaviors and patterns with receipts back it up hold that if they're involved in some way together or with this, that's what you'll find throughout all the years and decades. So the behavior and patterns and cycles are there, but who's to say why the this time, right? What level of, if any, that's a problem, you know. But um, it'll be better than any of us that ever gives the answer to that. But and the truth behind it all, um, but that's fucked up part of it. Is all that shit. And there could be somebody else running around out here laughing their asses off at it. Though it's not funny in the least. But that they've gotten away, they think they've gotten away with. Or gotten by with, or whatever. Because a bunch of fucking fuck shits initially were like, we don't want to get home. You know? But that's a problem because that means somebody's still here. Now, doesn't obviously somebody is, but are they the type to reoffend, or is it this, or is it that? Does it mean there will be pattern cycles to where they do harm to other children, or destroy other families, or children, or communities, or And I've been carefully watching over the years for anything and picking up on any crimes or anything that seems similar, or dates, patterns. I've not seen any so far, but that too could mean that someone's locked up already. Could mean that they're separated. Somebody could mean there's too many eyes too close. And if you know monsters, some of them hold for years, though. You think it's a stranger or semi-familiar base or anything like that, right? It wouldn't be that. If you're at that extreme to where you need that type of risk or adrenaline rush, whatever, and you're that whatever, then you wouldn't be able to hold out as long as other monsters. It's like, okay, say for instance, monster out here can stop at least at certain points in years before, up to like 3-4 years at a time, with at least the full-on physical abuse, but you'll still encounter manipulation, SA, mental, emotional, gaslighting. You'll do that shit, right? But not full-on physical. Um, there'll be seasonal patterns. There'll be this, that, and the other with all different types of abusers. There'll be cycles. It doesn't matter what type of abuser, predator. There's always cycles, similarities. that you can find with them, but for someone that would be capable of harming a child on purpose or taking one that's there, and it would take the risk if they're a stranger. They're already at peak like that, man. They're not going to be the types that are going to be 4 or 5 years in between. They're just not. They've already escalated. And that's pretty goddamn extreme. They're not going to be able to do without that for long, without that adrenaline, without something and getting even more extreme. It would be something you would notice very easily out in the open, the public. I mean, some crime, something, you know. I've even been watching the surrounding states and things for things similar and different things. I've been waiting. And that too may be a clue that there's not really been any. And when there's not for so many years, like, you have to start thinking, and man, it means somebody was either taken out of the equation somehow, probably by incarceration, etc., this, that, and the other, or, um, they died, or, something was in play there to stop them. Because you won't find a predator of that caliber, if, say, it played out the way Dawn and said, they're already reaching peak, man. And that wouldn't have been their first crime either. Others should have predated it and been similar. Similar children, similar look, this, that. There would have been patterns there. Can't find any for that either. Not locally, not surrounding areas that would have been easy to travel. And I mean, let's be and I've been trying to follow the steps, but see, I don't hold all names like the wooden brush cutters or anything. Because, I mean, and I hate to blame it on it, but you have to think of all things, so it's very hard to. And only feds and law enforcement can do that. They're the only ones that can take all those dudes wherever they've traveled with different teams or sent off to different parts of the country to do different things, and to see if there's any similar crimes around any of them in any of the areas while they're visiting. It's something really only alien things can do, because I could only track so many so far, and and I only know the names of so many, and other things. And so, I mean, obviously, I need hope feds, LE, others will be doing that. See if any crimes running them in any of the areas they were in. Fit summers, that type of thing. Any of those, I'm sure the alien feds would have already, it's like property shit, right? Anybody would have known about it, really, would have, especially out of state or out of local area or whatever. You think they'd be able to acquire all the clicks and data and all the things for anybody who was searching, looking at, etc., any of the sites that property listed on it, and then see if they came into town, match it with phone data, GPS, and see if they came in and looked at it, track them down, question them, see if they were in the areas, their phones pinged off towers to put all together. You got things like that, right? But that's stuff that even the best web sleuths can't quite accomplish. So it's Fed and LE territory there. But, there are things, man. There's so many things. And it's like I hear these tragedy pimps and others I hear for years now say the dumbest shit. It's like, but man, like, you realize certain shit would have already been done, or known, or hopefully done, or whatever. There were profilers and experts and hunters of these types of predators and things, if they're, whether they're known or unknown types that commit these crimes. And they do know. I mean, it's no joke. All monsters have patterns and cycles, behaviors, dormant and active periods. Some can hide in between crimes or whatever for years, some not, but weeks, days, it depends. I mean, there's a reason those units and specialists and everything exist, and literature and knowns and basics exist by the, you know, there's truth. And then these tragedy pimps in this room, they often skip right over that to go over to stupid shit that couldn't be possible because things like that. And the best experts on earth and tech and other things exist that make some of their bullshit narratives and wait for goober stupid shit not even possible. But these tragedy pimps, they allow all that shit to run because they know it brings in certain clientele, and then a lot of people are stupid. No offense. And in the age of disinformation and real information dying in the dark, right? It's fucking pretty popular to be ignorant as fuck and uninformed and just going out in goofy gooberville. It's all reason, logic, common sense. It's ridiculous. And they know their audience, and they prime them for it, and they know they're spongy for it after the past decade of this downhill shit and demographics online. But some of the shit people ask, it's just unbelievable. I watched some of them pass by, I'm like, motherfucker really asked that. But even us, I mean, I hate to say things like that because, dude, even I have dumbass thoughts. Like, it'll take me months, and I'm like, you dumb bitch. This means that couldn't even be possible. How the fuck did you even think that in the first place? Duh! Right? I mean, shit. And themselves. But then there's, y'all know the ones I mean, damn it. You know what I mean. You know. Anyway. So, yeah, all of us aren't fucking brilliant or anything. But damn, there's a lot. Fucking lot. Anyway, at the end of the day, though, I'll always tell you that none of our dumbasses are running this shit are the info. We're real to it. We're different than your fucking creators, for sure. And I really half time I don't even know who in the fuck we is. Because I've tried to walk this with some fucking decorum and truth and reality and not give everything and not whatever. And I swear to you, these other fuck sticks, man. In both directions. Both of them. And stay here wilding the fuck out. They bullshit. And C&D and Hill and all the fucking names. And so I knew the fuck we is. Other than the community and others who most of y'all don't ever hear from or know. Other than them being destroyed by your favorite tragedy pimps. But, and those like Fred and C&D and Monster or whatever, like, oh, the neighbor's this, and this is their name, and they're blah, 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 that, and their fucking cameras are located XYZ, and blah, 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 and so has this evidence, and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Either way, none of us are the fucking information, man. And so, always keep that in mind. We're not the end all be all anything, but we are. You know what? No. I can't say it with a straight face any longer, man. them motherfuckers trying to be tragedy pimps. They are. They're getting paid well for it. What's that about? They're up to fuck shit with your favorite tragedy pimps, and they always have been. They ain't out for no good. They ain't out for helping anyone. None of that shit's about. I don't want any of the rest. I don't know what to tell you. So, that's why I always tell y'all to stick with the real information, which is law enforcement, feds, TBI, state police, FBI, you know, Ansley, Jeff, Bobo, any real investigative reporter, and I mean real. I'm real investigative reporters, journalists. Okay, not Intons, not jailers, not blowhards. So I tell you how to go check out the FBI and TV at their Q&As on Sebastian Summer, other cases, the police departments on Layla Holly, and they just stick with the real media, the real shit, not the entertainment news shit like phone news or where Nancy stupid ass's bullshit is the original tragedy pimp. Swear to God, she had to fuck somebody until JLR came about. Had to be. The originals. Oh, jeez, a fucking douchebaggery. Anyway. I don't mean any of those types of motherfuckers. You feel me? I mean law enforcement. Real journalists. You know. Real, real places like Hawkins News over here on YouTube. Also Times News I think they're over here on YouTube as well. They're also the paper, Kingsport Times News Online. You have WJHL, WCYB, Rogers Review, Johnson City Press, Bristol Herald, you know, all those for Summers. And for Holland and Landless. And Sebastian's, I'm not sure what all outlets are down there near his. Stick with the real ones. Also stick with definitely Tennessee State Police, TBI, FBI in his case, and that didn't sound start with an H. Like y'all know it's out of Nashville. Hendersonville, right? That's it. I was just gonna be like Nashville. Anyway, Hendersonville. So I'm not sure exactly what theirs are. Let's stick with them. The same way. And do it for each and every case. Whether it's a man, woman, child, indigenous, POC, LGBTQ, any missing, murdered individual, please stick with the real information sources, real investigative journalists. And maybe you start remembering that real people around real cases have always spoken out. As long as, you know, there's been a way to do so. It's normal. That's normal. What's not normal is this culture, the tragedy pimp, the insertion, destruction, eating, terrorizing, going real life on, trying to destroy law enforcement, families, cases, communities, witnesses. That's not normal, and trying to get it so normalized that it's digestible to the world, and it eventually cuts down or takes away on your all's rights to stop it, because that's already happened in Florida and other places. Shit ain't right, it ain't normal. You know? How are you ever supposed to hear the real things? Real information, get back to where it's given. If you keep partaking of entertainment over here, To where these are the... Look, I've spoken to real investigative journalists. Some of the best in the country. And they've all told me the same thing. These people are the goddamn devil. These people have cut off even their access to real information from law enforcement cases, real news coming out. And now they're all stuck dealing with these types of piece of shit, like the bullhorn news, just to get little bits of information but they also know that doing so is dangerous because these people are committing crimes in order to access or to get information or going extreme real life in these cases. So in a lot of instances, they can't have anything to do with them. Therefore, but what these people are doing on YouTube and otherwise, in social media and these platforms like Olivia and Bullhorn, Jail, all these, what they're making online is actually what's cutting off the information. The real news. The real shit that's always been made public. Even police felt comfortable telling you all about cases or family or witnesses. Sir, now it's stopping, and it's stopping because of the very thing you're feeding that's lying to you all and narrate and going real life and destroying. And it's absurd. And it's like a lot of them don't even want to touch or cover or show these people's faces. Like, only when they come in out of town or the Chewies or the whatevers, and they all think they're some sort of celebrities like the Adrians and shit right at the cameras. Meanwhile, I can tell you while these events taking place, real journalists probably like, I hate these motherfuckers. Yeah, me too. And they're like, I fucking hate it. But it's the only way they can really get approval to get Summer's face and things like that, and events featured and this and that. And they find it gross. They want to vomit after they come face to face with most of you all. They don't even want to go do the fucking news on you all. But they do care about Summer. Meanwhile, y'all think y'all just buddy bait. Oh my god, we're on the news. Meanwhile, those interviewing you want to fucking vomit. And fucking hate it. Because of how you're affecting what they're trying to do with careers and what should be real journalism. Real information. And instead of the story being about, say, Summer, the most children are a van or a real vigil or anything, it's about goddamn YouTubers who they know goddamn good and well are committing crimes and doing fuck shit and wrapped up in team sports shit and tampering with court shit, doing all the fuck shit. You think all these real journalists don't know who and what the fuck you are and what you're doing? They're dumbasses. Well, they stare you in the face and you pretend like they don't know. Y'all are fucking morons. And I'll tell you, for the most part, journalists around the country feel the same fucking way about you. But it's really the only way sometimes they get stories out. I have an interview. Like, these social media influencers ran fucking down. You know? Thing is, they know exactly who and what you all are. And they don't like you. Sometimes, though, y'all are the only way they're able to do certain things they were normally able to do without you because of how fucked up you've made the world and the news. And it shouldn't be that way. Because there is no news. It's just whatever bullshit y'all are tampering and doing, narratives, garbage. Hell's even coming out. I'm sure y'all are real proud of yourselves seeing stupid fucking lies and narratives and garbage and nonsensical shit. Ooh, it's a black glove and all that coming in on stations where millions can see it and believe it. Put it into their thoughts and their opinions of these people, around these crimes and whoever's committed it, and into their conspiracy theories and no, 9/11 and the towers didn't melt type of shit. Right? Y'all real proud of yourselves. Ain't something to be proud of. Y'all just be fucking ashamed. Y'all just making the world all dumb and dumber. Must be the theme of the week. That's what y'all want. It's what drives people here, though. Those stations airing you or giving you time or helping to do. It's a very weird world. tragic. For the world, information, cases, human beings, communities, what we know is information, news, as it should be, was. It cuts down and normalizes other humans think, just empathy and goodness, kindness, people's stomachs for and all. It's terrible. Anyway, now, I think I'm just gonna basically end it there this morning. Song is in my head from the way back. It's my party and I'll cry for it. Oh, I will. Mine has more Jose and cupcakes about it. No, I'm gonna have some leftover Cuban sandwiches and whatever. And maybe some more cupcakes, but no more Jose. I have more somewhere in all the liquors, but yeah, I think it's enough, and I'm definitely gonna regret that health wise for the next few days. So if y'all don't see me, it's because I just had to. I just had to. I knew better, but I did anyway. I fucked around and found out all by myself. And I did it to me. Nobody else to blame. So anyway, yeah. I think I'm gonna leave it there and go eat some leftovers. Enjoy the daylight. Hell, I might go play in leftovers. No, I'm not stressed and just finish rooting. It'll be okay. And might go here and see if I can find some squirrels in my nut ring and be like, with our powers combined, like Captain Planet or something. Frolic about and be happy about it. Anyway, I'm glad you geriatric dopehead affiliates and planted bullshit. I rang, otherwise God knows might not have been here. Y'all just had to know. Everybody's up to. Right? Oh my God, what's happened to her since the last line? Can me and Jenny and Adrian and Piper and all others do like numbered posts again and knock something to her? Oh my God, is it time? No, bitches, and they never gonna be. Miss. Shit was fucked up then and fake and no. It was last night because certain people, including Monster, don't have certain treatments and things affect me. And words obviously gotten out. I had quite a while back. The chances of anything continuing. So this group, who knows, because of them, because of other things, and throughout time here, knowledge of certain things. Yeah, certain things are gonna cease again. That way y'all can't pull the bullshit that's clearly been pulled for certain reasons this week again. Especially by using emotional extreme targeting we're concerned with. No, we ain't gonna do it. So I'm just cutting off certain shit again. It's just how it is. It's always one less thing for y'all to use, and man, I can keep walking it off until I don't. But that's another story. One, no matter what, that will be left to be told. And there'll be voices to speak. Anyway, I've lost my damn hair tie. See, Pepperidge Farm can't even keep up their own goddamn hair tie. I know y'all seen where I put that. Why is my chat never helpful? Bitch, you put it to your right, your left, center. We synced it. I look for so much shit here, and I know y'all know what I did with it. Y'all just enjoy watching me look. It has to be up, right? Well, nope, those are the batteries. Nope, there it is. Okay. It's time for a new one anyway. Need to watch that one. And these things keep falling off on the fucking hair ties. I don't know how to make these things. The fucking bubbles keep falling. It looks like they're slowed down. I don't think they are. It's fucking bizarre. So anyway, you guys. I think I put too much conditioner in the fucking hair. I was trying to get ready to dye it again soon. Yeah, I don't know if I really need to. Quite, yeah, I probably should. I know my Magnolias be pissed about this, but I tend to, like, leave it where it's a little bit for a while, but yeah. Little's getting on to me, so I guess I need to pull out all my fixings and do the thing that I really, So, I'm trying to prep it. Anyway, guys, I'm out of here, and, I hope Jose and Cupcakes and I've entertained you tonight. No, Ernie, don't look at the solo like that. See, now Ernie's mad. He didn't get a Jose. Did I even give Ernie about a cupcake? I don't think I did. Oh, Ernie about a cupcake. Not the chocolate. He can have a little bit of the vanilla ones. Anyway. Ooh, I might get a leaf. I might. Like, yes. It's a set. In the southern driveway. Squirrel. Damn, Ernie. No, sir. Uh-uh. Down here. Yeah, down here. Thank you. Come here. Mama hold. Come on, baby. It's okay. Mama got him. I help you cross the expanse. Alright. He was like, is it footstool? Or, I don't know. Is it blanket? You want to tell him night-night? Morning? Liver? Say me and my mom are going to go share Cuban leftovers. And some cupcakes. Yeah, watch out. I might let him near the wax. You know how I am about children in cliffs and splintering things and kicking things off. Right? Y'all know how I am. Vicious. For the learner, he doesn't know what's in store for him. This man might eat with ketchup. Anyway, you guys. Oh, are you purring? Yeah. That's what cats do when they hate you. Leave my kitty alone. Did you hear the brakes on that? Were they heckin' scary? Was it the psst? Ah, Kravitz, quit listening. Ernie. And tell him I'll tell them. Say bye-bye. Say thanks for being here. And for the after birthday shenanigans. Oh, my sweet kitty. I love this guy. I tried so hard not to, but I do. Ah, well, he picked me, and then I tried. Didn't I? My little hurricane. Take it away, Ern. Night bus style, buddy. Ern does not know what to think about the snow, by the way. 5 is all for it. And Dragula is like, fuck this shit. Isn't he, buddy? Yeah. Ern's like, I'm of a mixed nature about this, but I'm okay with it, but only if you carry me around in it. And then you dust my little feet off and you dry them and you make them toasty for me. Again. Yeah. He might be my squunchy little potato. I do love this fella. I love them all. Love all 3 of them. Do not tell him he'll get an even larger head. And the other 2 will be mad and piss in my shoes or something. Alright, tell him bye-bye, Ernst. So we're gonna take it away. Oh, Ern, your eyeballs are almost matching my eyeshadow. Twinsies. Alright, guys. Myself, my cat, Cupcakes. I'm sorry, but I'm not paying you to take our hand away. My goodness. I'm so sorry. She didn't come around. He's like, don't you stop petting me. Who are you right now? You gonna get in? Okay. Anyway. So, we're out. Keeping so much leftovers. Cupcakes. Definitely need some ice. I'm probably just gonna run ice chest everywhere to do all the things. Hell, I might do some lawn work or something. Finish it off. Alright. Anyway, guys, I'm out of here. Butchy streets are treacherous. Stick through information. Please share the DV/Universal Man Signal for help. As always and forever, please continue to share Summer's picture, information, and call her by her name as long as it takes. And just keep hope and trust. And I do trust and hope in the feds and local surrounding law enforcement. And Summer herself and her light and her voice. And they and she will make it shine, and she will speak. And her story will be told by her law enforcement, courts, and her brothers, who are the ones that should do so. I'm certain that someone will be brought to justice and held accountable. And certain of that every day, despite burning myself to ash. Can't help that part. But while that happens naturally, I could always hold on. Because I know that those men and women have it. And I know Summer's light. It'll always shine until it shines back up. Anyway, for all you other birthday folks out there today, other than Jam Happy birthday. Well, yesterday. Or today. You know what? Whatever day it is, happy birthday. Okay. Even if it's tomorrow, next week, next month. Okay. Happy birthday, everybody. Hopefully. Right. But, treat every day as it's special. Enjoy. Oh. Y'all, I will talk to you later. Y'all have a good morning. Hello.